Yeah, yes, Sangeeta.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Gonna to
Ma'am,
be good afternoon.
ma'am.
Yes, Kari.
Yeah, I am. Sir, I am telling
Huh?
you in Slack, na, ma'am.
We will discuss.
Okay.
Asif checked with him. He said something, but I could not able to relate.
Okay, who is this? Karim?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Abdul Karim.
Yeah, Karim.
Can I share my screen, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, allow the screen sharing.
Yeah.
Sangeeta, is it a pro Zoom or basic Zoom only? Home.
So
So
it's a official pro Zoom.
official pro Zoom. No?
Sir,
Yeah. Yes.
can you see my
Abdul.
screen?
Yeah, share.
Yeah, I am sharing, sir. I'm sharing, Raj. Sir, if my code is running in Visual Code,
Okay.
but not in. Wait, I will show. Is it working, sir?
Yeah, it is working. Yeah.
Yeah, is it working, na, sir?
Yeah, it is correct. Correct
Yeah.
output. Yes.
Wait. I will tell. Is it? This same file I am storing in this location. I mean, this file location. But in index there is not showing this.
No, I didn't get you, Abdul. What you were telling?
But not showing in direct file, sir. I am opening this folder.
What output you have shown before? That was which file?
I am telling you that I am coding. I am coding this file, na, sir. I have run it in index.html in Visual Studio Code. Is running. In this same file in this location, I am showing this location file. I am opening this HTML file. Is not opening.
Oh, because see, you need to go to script. You have all the files. Input.json all is there. Go to your local drive where you have copied this project.
Yeah,
go to script.js. No, go script. Yeah, script. Board rendered JavaScript expected output input script transformer. In a Visual Studio you are running, you are getting, but from the locally, if you try to open it, you are not getting. That's what you are telling.
That is bad. If I push this solution, but there is not opening in in others also. That is I am telling.
No, it will open. There is no problem. It should. Okay, you from the local drive, you go to your Visual Studio Code where you have, which folder it is there. Yeah, no, it is in which folder? Resolve impedance. Take the path.
Yeah, same path, sir.
Okay, same path. Your Visual Studio it is opening.
Right click. Folder. Not opening in folder. That is I am asking.
Okay, right click. Open with Chrome. You do.
I am also checking Chrome and all websites also.
I got it. Go for console. Yeah, it is the
same output.
Access to script. No. See, yeah. Script path. You have to. Script path is file. C user Karim OneDrive. Desktop. If index.html rounded JavaScript result from origin null has been blocked by CORS policy, cross origin requests are only supported for protocol schemes. HTTP data Chrome extension. Okay, you go to from your local drive, go to your HTML file.
Yes, sir. This is
open the code. Not bad, yeah. Where is your script link? Script.js link.
Yes, sir. This one.
This one, no? So /script/script.js. Okay. Hmm. You give a absolute path over here. Scroll down.
No,
Means
scroll.
minimize it. Minimize it. Scripts, right? So actually, it should not be absolute path. Is not required actually.
Normally
What do you do?
we have
Click on
previously.
click on the address bar. Click on the address bar. Copy this path.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you go to your index.html. Not inspect. Not inspect. Open the index.html file. Open the index.html file. Notepad. Go to where you are linking the script. Go there. Comment this line. Comment the script type line. It should not be like this. It should be angular bracket. Open.
Which
Lesser than sign. Exclamation. Hyphen hyphen. Okay, and then at the end hyphen hyphen closing angular bracket. Now copy this script tag. Copy this script tag which is commented. See here you have two what this is doing. This closing script tag here.
open script tab, I mean.
This one you have extra script tag closing, no, which is not required. See, I'll tell you.
This one.
Yeah, this one. This is not required, no. Okay, now you save it. Okay, now you pay this portion. You copy
This portion. Okay.
this portion. You copy.
Copy and paste with it.
Paste there. Now you over here you paste the absolute path.
Where, sir?
Here in the SRC, you have take the absolute path of the script file.
Total.
Yeah, total. No, Control Z. You have already you have copied some other thing. Do Control Z. Do Control Z. Copy from here. Go to address bar here. Copy that path. Paste it here. Backslash you convert to forward slash. Forward slash. Everywhere. Now you give at the end you give script slash script.js. Script. Another folder is there. Script. Before script.js there is another folder. No script.
This is total.
Yeah. No. Not total. Only just backslash script. That's it. Yeah.
This one.
Oh no. Yeah. Only this one. Scripts, not script. S would be there. Go there. You modify there. No problem. Before script.js, it is a folder, no? No, not here. Before this.
We paste it.
Paste it. Script S. S. Script after TS. This is the folder name.
Yes means slash S.
S, not also normal S. Scripts together after scripts. Backslash then. Backslash, no space. Yeah, now you try. Save it and try.
No sir, not opening.
Not happening, no? Fail to load resources. Script.js line number 1. Index.html 1. Access to script. Okay, now you open it in the Visual Studio. Let's see.
It is also not open.
This is also not working. Okay, you do one thing. You previous commented line you remove. Previous commented line and this you commented. The currently what you did.
This is remove this. No?
Yeah, this you remove. This you remove. Maybe there was a extra script tag was there, but maybe that was the reason it was not coming. Now next line, whatever you have done, you comment this one. Yeah. Okay, save it. Save it.
Yes sir.
It is in the Visual Studio or it is in the normal?
Visual Studio.
Okay.
Normal I will.
Now you do normal, yeah.
No sir, not coming.
No, okay.
I will push the solution.
You do one thing. Go to code. Here in index.html, go to your script tag, script link tag. Here instead of type module is there, no? Type script type equal to module. You change it to text slash forward slash, not backward. Yeah. JavaScript together. JavaScript. Save it.
Yeah.
Now you run it from local.
No, not working.
Not coming. No. Go to the error message now.
It is in Visual Code, sir.
Uncaught syntax cannot use import statement outside a module. Script. It is in Visual Studio. You are opening this one now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Give it. Change it back to module only. It is in Visual Studio.
It is running, but is not running in folder. That is why I am asking that. This one not working.
Okay, maybe some extra file is there, which is no, all the file linking is there, right?
Yes, sir. That's why.
1 second. Script board render input. You go to your particular folder there. Locally, you go to folder. Click on script. Double click. It is there, right?
All are correct, sir. Only not opening.
Only Why it is not happening? Because try to open it in another browser. Go for the another browser.
I am checking, sir. I am checking
I
I am checking in Google and Microsoft. Microsoft also. It is not working.
Console, go to console.
This is the same. And
Go
we
to
open-
index.html line number 1, you go. Index.html line number 1. Line number 1. See, there is some policies is there. It is actually your browser directly is not giving you the permission to open the index.html.
Only
Okay.
open in a JavaScript. Only in open in
Yeah, Visual Studio
Visual
have
Code.
that.
Visual
Yeah,
Studio.
on see, you have to open it in a server, live server only it will open.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not it. That is
Not
the
in
that
that
is, that is the policy they have mentioned over here. That's why it is not opening. Let
Yeah,
it be.
open web is not opening.
Yeah.
Only live server is open.
Only live server is opening. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let
yeah.
it be. Let it be. Don't no need to do open it from locally from your folder. No. It is because there is in that case browser is not permitting it to open it.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Let it be like this only. Yeah.
Yeah. I will push this solution or
Yeah, there are
not.
some internal configuration is there for that purpose. According to that policy, it is not allowing you
Yeah,
to
restrictions.
open it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. From the Visual Studio, though it is not running locally, but you can push the code, no problem, because Visual
Okay,
Studio is showing, right?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome.
So like I am also facing the same error. In the live, I can see the output.
Yeah, that's what there is some policies is involved in this application. Okay, which policies is not getting satisfied by the normal browser. It has to be in a live server browser. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, Sangeeta, shall I start taking the concept session?
We can start. But before that, give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
I am making, where is Saurav? Is Saurav? I was in the call with Odette. Okay, I am making you co-host. And who was the other faculty? Because names are different. Since we are.
Ma'am, Vishu you in the last.
So I want to make both of you as co-host.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you,
then
ma'am.
I want to create a breakout rooms. Okay, I'm
Okay, ma'am.
creating some 4 rooms. You can take the first room.
Okay, ma'am.
And you can assign your respective learners to the room 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hasib, we can wait for another 2 minutes because I'm cross-checking with the attendance. I don't want any learners to miss the session.
Okay, no issues.
So hardly 5 minutes. Let's.
Yeah.
Others, if you are, if you could not able to complete your impedance mismatch sprint, we can discuss for next 5-10 minutes. Yes, I'm checking with attendance, Hasib. just confirm your attendance. Adesh. Adesh, you there? Abdul Kareem.
Present, ma'am. Present, ma'am.
Okay, Abdul. Abhilash.
Yes, ma'am.
Anuj. Anuj.
Yes, ma'am.
Ayush.
Present, ma'am.
Harsh.
Present, ma'am.
Harshad.
Present, ma'am.
Jayashri.
Present, ma'am.
Ritesh. Message. Jitesh, you there? Need to check. Joel.
Present, ma'am.
Kasinath.
Yes, ma'am.
Kudus.
Yes, ma'am.
Mainak.
Yes, ma'am.
See, okay. Nikhil.
Present, ma'am.
Praveen.
Yes, ma'am.
Priya.
Present, ma'am.
Ramya.
Yes, ma'am.
Roshan.
Ma'am.
Why there are two login of yours, Roshan?
Actually, I was facing some network problems, so I connected from mobile as well.
All right. Priya. Okay, sorry. Priya, I have marked Richa. Richa, you
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
All right. Rishikesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sanjay.
Present, ma'am.
Shivani.
Present, ma'am.
Shubhamalla.
Here, ma'am.
Siddharth. Siddharth, I can see you.
Yes, ma'am. Here only.
Sodit.
Yes, ma'am.
Sodit. Sudeep. Sudeep, you there? No. Surmani. I can see you.
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good
afternoon, ma'am.
morning. Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Swapnil,
Yes, ma'am.
I can see you. Tejas.
Present.
Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi said she is on leave. Vivek Kumar.
Present, ma'am.
Vivek Sharma.
Yes, ma'am.
Ashmita.
Present, ma'am.
Priyanka.
Present, ma'am.
I saw Priyanka. Priyanka, you there?
Present, ma'am.
Okay, dear. Adesh, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Jitesh is also there. Yes, Hasif, we can start.
Yeah, okay, Sangeeta.
I need to check with.
version. WhatsApp audio.
Okay, guys, good afternoon to all of you. So today I started the session a little bit late because of the problem which we faced in our LMS. Okay, so today concept session we are going to discuss about a very important topic on JavaScript, which is called as a DOM. What is the full form of the DOM? Anybody knows that? Full form of the DOM in JavaScript?
Document object model.
Yeah, document object model is the full form of the DOM. So what is the purpose of the DOM? Any answers for this? What we can do with DOM? By seeing this text, you can make it out. Have you noticed in how many different ways websites are made interactive? So that means what can be done with the DOM?
Sir, make the websites interactive.
Yeah, so you can make the website interactive. With the DOM, you can make the website interactive. Can you guys give some example of interactive website? Can you give some example where website is interacting with the server or user is interacting with the server through the website? Can you give any example for that? Possible?
Amazon.
Yeah. See, suppose you are any website. If you go, you are going to have a sign up and login page. So you in a login page, you are giving your username and password. So if you are if the same username and password which is there in the server, you are going to give you login permission. So that is a one way of interacting user to the server through the browser. Okay. Any other reason of interactivity? In Amazon, in the product search box, you are going to give a name of the product mobile. So all the mobile is going to get displayed. What are the mobiles are there in the server? It is going to get displayed with all its information. So this is also one way of doing making the website interactive. Any other interactivity example? Okay, so interactivity means what? You are on the runtime of the application, the user is communicating to the server. It's at the time of, see, when you load the page, the web page looks like website looks like something like normal page. Now on the website, based on the user input, the website look and feel or the website content will differ. So that is nothing but interactivity. Okay, so on a page load, it has got some look and feel, and in the on the page load, your user is giving some input to the web page, and based on the input, you are going to get a dynamic output. That is nothing but called interactivity. Let us see how the background of the weather app changes when the time slider moves. So there is these are the some more examples of interactivity. Can you see? Whenever the scroll bar, the horizontal scroll bar is changing that time, the background of the weather app is going to get changed. So any idea how it has been done? Can it be done only through HTML? Possible? Can it be done only through HTML? Possible?
No, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, whenever you want to see, user is changing the timeline, and then based on that, the background theme is changing. So only through HTML, this interactivity of the web page is not possible. Okay, we need to have the intervention of the JavaScript, so that the JavaScript can change that the different background for the weather app based on the different timeline which has been chosen by the user. Okay, so here JavaScript intervention is must. See some other example. See over here, it is a calendar example. Okay, so whenever you are going to change the month, see you are selecting a date, suppose 15 May, and then you are conducting a meeting, giving the name of the meeting, and the look and feel is going to get changed. So this is also a web page where the calendar functionality of the Outlook you are replicating over here, and the page is responsive based on the input of the user. That means here also the interactivity is being implemented in this web page, and how that interactivity implementation possible through JavaScript coding. Now in JavaScript, what is being used to do that interactivity? That is nothing but called as DOM, document object model. We'll discuss more about this. Now here is a video that shows how the views of the page changes when a different theme is chosen. Let's see. See, whenever you are going to choose from the top, whenever you are going to choose, I'll go for an note. Yeah. See, from the top, from over here, whenever you are going to change the theme, it is going to get changed. So who makes this possible for your web page? It is possible by what? It is possible through DOM of the JavaScript. So these are the example where we are making the web page interactive. Okay. Okay. Who makes these changes? This is our question. This changing is made by the JavaScript and by using DOM. So next thing, see what are the thing can be done through JavaScript. Can you tell me, anybody? So when the JavaScript is required in your website, can anybody answer this?
Sir, we can do data wrangling.
Yeah, data handling you can do with JavaScript. Very good. Just now you have learned it. Anything else?
Sir, we can use media screen for different types of screens.
Okay. Yeah, fine. Next. See, any kind of animation you can implement in your web page through JavaScript. Client side validation, you can do it with JavaScript. Live clock, you can put it in your JavaScript. Any kind of interactivity, also can be done, can be achieved for your web page through JavaScript. Okay.
We can implement particles.
Sorry.
Particles.
Yeah, particles also you can implement through JavaScript. Yes, fine. Okay. So there are means any whenever you want to make your web page dynamic, means once the page got loaded, then based on the user input, the website will respond accordingly. So that type of implementation when is required for a web page, you have to go with a JavaScript. Okay, suppose you are going to click a button, some text is appearing which was not displayed at the time of page load. So that also can be done through DOM with JavaScript. Means you are going to click a button, welcome message is going to get displayed. So which was not displayed on the page load. So that means it is a interactive. That also we can do it with JavaScript. Any kind of dynamicity you want to add in your website, for that JavaScript is a must, because JavaScript is a programming, and dynamic, to make a web page dynamic means you have to write a program for that. And for the web page, programming name is nothing but JavaScript. Now develop interactive web page using DOM and DOM events. So we are going to learn two things in DOM. One is called DOM, normal DOM, and another we are going to learn DOM event. Okay, so DOM is the full form of the DOM is document object model, and DOM events is also document object model events. So what is event? What is normal DOM? We are going to discuss in upcoming slide. Don't worry. See, what are the things we'll be learning over here? DOM elements. DOM actually a object. DOM actually a object, and that object name is document. DOCUMENT, document. DOM is actually object, which is called as the document object, and that an object can have properties and functions. In Java, we have learned it. Is it not? Okay, so object has got function associated with it, and object has got property or attribute associated with it. Since DOM is nothing but an object for a web page, which is a document object, so that means document object also will have some functions or methods, and it will also have some attributes. So different function will be using different purposes, different attributes you are going to use different purposes. What are these? We are going to learn in upcoming slides. Then manipulate DOM to add dynamic effects. So we are going to manipulate the document object so that we can add the dynamicity in our web page. Dynamically add DOM elements. So through DOM, see, suppose there is a HTML page, and in that HTML page you have a div tag, and within a div tag there is a one paragraph. Okay, so what I'm saying, there is a HTML page. Under that, within a body section, you have a div, and in that div, you are having a one paragraph. Okay, now you are having a one more button also. Okay, one more button on the web page. So when you click on the button, another one paragraph is going to get created and it is going to be the part of the inner part of the div. How that is possible? Through DOM object, it is possible. Okay, so in a HTML, statically, there is a div is present. There is a within that div paragraph is present. Now I want to create a new para on the runtime when I click on the button, and that paragraph I want to add it inside the div as a second paragraph. So this dynamicity you can do it with DOM. Is it okay, guys? So that means on the runtime, on the page load, what you are seeing in the browser, you can create an element through JavaScript using DOM. You can remove the element. You can change the properties of the element. You can change the look and feel of the element. So whatever you want to do, see whatever type of programming you want to achieve or you want to incorporate in your HTML page can be done with a DOM in JavaScript. Okay. Then create event handler. Can you guys tell me what are the example of events in any web page? Example of events. Do you know that? Guys?
Clicking of button.
Yeah, clicking a button. So click is an event for a button. What are the mouse related events are there?
Mouse over.
Yeah, mouse over. When you place the mouse on top of something, mouse out, mouse in, mouse over, mouse leave. So then what are the keyboard related events are there?
Button press.
Yeah,
Shortcut
key up, key down. So these are the keyword related events. So events also we'll be learning, don't worry. Okay, now the most important thing.
Is also an event or not?
Sorry?
So if we do right click from mouse, is it an event or not?
Yeah, anything mouse related, right click of mouse is event, left click of mouse is event, scroll up and scroll down for the mouse is event. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Placing the cursor of the mouse on the top of some element, that is also event. Leaving the some element from element through leaving the cursor from some element of the HTML is also event. Mouse leave. So whatever mouse related work you do, everything is an event. Whatever, and in a keyboard, whatever you do, key press is a event, key leave is a event. Okay, so like that.
Yes,
So
yes.
events are what? Based on in events, what we do, when some event occurs, I can have some code for that event, and that will get executed when the event has happened. Suppose I am writing on I'm writing click event of mouse. I'm going to display a paragraph. So you can do it whenever you are going to click on the whenever you are going to click on some particular button, it is going to dynamically, it's going to display something for you. That is also based on the event, you can do something. So you are going, suppose it is like this. Let me understand this with the example. Yeah, where is my studio? Suppose what I will do, I'm going to have a file here. I'll give the name as event test.html. Okay. Now here I am going to have a HTML. Okay. Now here what I will do, I am going to have a button, suppose. Button. Okay, button like this. Then I'm going to have a on click event. On click, it is there. Equal to, I'm going to call a function. Suppose if you and fun. And then I'm going to display the text on the button. Suppose click here. Click here. Okay. Now see over, this is an example of the code where I have a button, click here. And that within the opening button tag, I have a on click event, and on the on click event, I am calling a function fun. Can you guys tell me this fun function, which is going to be called whenever the button is going to be clicked? It would be a JavaScript function, it would be a HTML function, it would be CSS function. What it would be?
JavaScript function.
Yeah. So function, we cannot write function in CSS. We cannot write function in HTML. So function is a program. and program means it is a JavaScript. Okay, so can you tell me where you are going to define this function? Any idea? Where you are going to define this function?
Between script tags.
Yeah, either in separate JS file, or what you can do, you can have a script tag. You can have a script tag, and within the script tag, you can define the function. How to define the function? Function keyword, then fun, open close parenthesis, normal Java-like function it is, only the syntax is different. For define a function in JavaScript, it would be function keyword, then fun, name of the function, and over here you are going to write something, suppose alert. Alert, welcome. Welcome. Semicolon. So now if I run this, so what will happen? I have a button, click here, and when I'm going to click it, so welcome is going to be displayed. So this is what event we have captured over here, on click event. On click event of what I have captured? On click event button. And whenever the based on the on click event button is clicked, I am calling a function. This is nothing but JavaScript function. Inside the JavaScript function, dynamically I am displaying some message in a alert box, alert welcome. Okay. Can you guys tell me, I don't want to give an on click event. I want to give some on mouse over event. So for that purpose, what you will do? You write over here on mouse over. On mouse over is there, which is there where it is mouse over. On mouse over fun. Now if I save it, can you tell me when the alert will display for this case? Any idea?
When the cursor is on the mouse.
Yeah, when the cursor is on the
Button.
On the button. See, I'm not clicking. So I'm just placing over here. It is going to display that thing. So like that, different events are there, which you can give it for the different element of the HTML. And based on that event, you are going to execute some code and you can make the website interactive. Fine. Okay. Okay, next thing. Yeah. Now next most important thing is what this is a very important picture actually. Yeah. See this picture, what it is depicting here. We are as a website developer or as a website designer. First thing what we will be work on, tell me.
HTML.
Yeah, first we are going to write the HTML code. As a website designer, first we are going to write a HTML code. And then side by side, you are going to give a styling file for that. Okay. Okay. Now, when HTML and CSS code is written, then what will happen? You are going to load that HTML page from in the browser. So whenever you are going to load it, so before loading, the HTML code is going to be given to the HTML parser in the browser, and that HTML parser, it is like a, for C programming language, there is a compiler. So compiler helps us to transfer the high level code to machine code. Similar fashion, HTML normal code which you are written like English language, when you are going to load that HTML page, it is going to go to the HTML parser, and HTML parser convert that HTML code into not machine level code in a DOM tree. Okay, so DOM tree is what we are going to discuss that. Similar fashion, when the page is getting loaded, browser has a CSS parser, and that CSS code is going to transfer into style rules. Once DOM tree and style rules is created separately, then these two will be combined together, and it is going to get render. And while rendering, it is going to take some layouting. Layouting through bootstrap layouting or grid layouting or flex layouting, whatever it is going to take that layouting, and at that it is going to display in the output screen. So that means whatever HTML code you are writing, whenever you are going to load that HTML page, what happens internally, the browser parser parse the HTML, convert it into DOM tree. What is DOM tree? We'll discuss DOM tree. And then that DOM tree with the styles is going to get rendered in the browser the way it should be written in the HTML, and for that corresponding what DOM tree you got. Okay. Next thing. Why it is not going to be? Okay, fine. Okay, next. Yeah, over here, see, this is a code snippet of the HTML. This is a snippet of the HTML. So actually, HTML is like a tree-like tree-like structure way of writing a code, is nothing but done with HTML. So can you tell me in this HTML which is the root element? In the left hand side, if you say the left hand side is the HTML code, what is the root element of all these elements?
HTML.
Yeah, so HTML is the root element of all these elements. Okay, so this is this one. Why it is the root element? Because everything is under or is within HTML. Everything is within HTML. This is the root element. So whenever so when the HTML code is passed by the browser and equivalent DOM tree got created, in that tree, which is the root DOM element? Tell me. So when this is HTML, and when it is going to be parsed in the browser and it is going to give a equivalent DOM tree, so in that DOM tree, which would be the root element for this web page?
Body.
No, HTML only. No, HTML only. HTML is the root element in the HTML page, HTML code. Similarly, when it is going to be passed by the DOM, HTML will only be the root element or it will be the most outer level ancestor for all the element which is present in the HTML code. Now you tell me, what are the child HTML is having? HTML is having some child which are body. Yeah, so head and body is the child of HTML. Head and then there is a body. So can you tell me what is the relationship between head and body then in this DOM tree? See, in a parser, when this HTML code is there and it is going to get loaded in the page, the parser will convert it to equivalent DOM tree. And this is, you can take it as an example of the DOM tree. So head is the first child of the HTML. Body is the second child of the HTML. So what is the relationship between the head and body?
Sibling.
Yeah, they are siblings. They are siblings. So head and body are the siblings. Okay. Now, can you tell me head is having what child? Head is having what child? Title. And head is having child title. And then title is having what child?
My title.
No, my home page, the content. Okay, so you one thing you remember, in HTML, the content is also considered as the child of the element and within which the content is being written. Guys, clear? Understood? Okay, can you tell me head parent is going to get stopped in which in where? So head is having child title, title is having child my homepage, and is my homepage is having anything after it?
No, sir.
No. So
No,
this
sir.
is the no. So here the family tree for the head is going to be get stopped in the my homepage, which is the text node under title. Similar fashion, body is having a H1. So how many child body is having? Tell me. Quickly tell.
H1P.
Sorry.
H1P.
H1 and P.
Yeah, H1 and 2P. H1 and 2P.
2P.
So the body's child is H1. H1 child is my homepage text. Then similarly, paragraph child is the text of this. And then the second paragraph child is like the text of this. So whenever a HTML page got passed by the browser, you are going to get this kind of tree-like structure, which is be formed in the form of DOM object. Got it? And that and which is child of what? Based on that, it is going to display in the output screen or the browser. Okay. Yes. Next, we'll go for the next. Yeah, over here. Over here, HTML is the root element. HTML is having two child, head and body. Head is having title. Title is having my homepage. So this structure is very important to understand. Otherwise, you will not able to write a DOM code at all. Okay, so you need to understand the content or the text within a title is nothing but child of title, and the title is also a child of its parent element head. Head is also a child of its parent element HTML. So you need to have this understanding with you so that you can write the dynamic DOM code by yourself. Okay. Similar fashion, whatever we have discussed, same thing over here also. So we have a body. Body is having three child, H1P. H1 child is having my homepage content. P is having hello I am, and second P is having I also write. And then the third P is having inside text as well as anchor tag, and then anchor tag, and there is some other content which is the child of the P. So this is how the document object got created based on the HTML what you have written. Okay. Okay, next thing, document object. What it is telling here, display the DOM tree created corresponding to the web page using an online tool. So there is an online tool, through that you can create the DOM object. So for that purpose, what I will do, okay, so 1 second. See, there is a link over here, this one. This is the link. You go to that link. Can it directly go? No, it has to be run, then only it can go. I'll open the browser. I'll come over here, enter. So this is a website. I'm going to share this link to you. See over here, what they're telling, you can see what would be the DOM tree look like for a particular HTML, what you are writing over here. Okay, so here you are going to write a doc.tab HTML. Here you are going to write, suppose, head, HEAD head. Okay, and then you close the head. Close the head over here. Then inside head, I'm going to have a title. In the title, I'm going to have a my page, and close the title.
Sir,
yeah,
while closing the head, it should have 1/, right?
Yes, correct. Sorry. Okay, now what you have, okay, can you see I am writing HTML over here, and for that HTML, when it is going to get parts, how the DOM tree look like, that is going to display over here. Okay, getting? Similar fashion, you can have a body also. You can have body, and body you are going to close it, or you can copy paste your HTML, and in the body I'm going to have, suppose, H1, and H1 I am heading. So this one. So for this, see your how the tree looks like. HTML is the parent. HTML is the parent of all the family member. HTML is having head and body, which is the two child of HTML. Then head is having title, and title child is nothing but text, my page. Similarly, body is having a H1 as a child, and that H1 is having a text, I am heading, as a child. So yeah, and this is the output of this HTML, and between this code and this output, what is happening inside by the browser while parsing the HTML, this is this third middle stage where the document tree is being created, and based on the document tree, you are going to render this content in your web page. Is it clear, guys? Understood? Fine. Okay. So how you are going to, if as a programmer, if you want to see the DOM tree for a particular HTML page, copy paste your HTML page over here and see the DOM structure or DOM tree, and you are going to see the output as well. So this what is it called, link, I am going to share it to you in your mentor notes, so that you can refer to check particular HTML files DOM structure. Okay. Okay, that is this thing. Next, we'll go for the next thing. Yeah. So now over here, now the most important thing which you will be learning called, can you tell me what is the object name of the DOM? What object you are going to refer as a DOM element? The object name of the DOM is nothing but called document. Document is the name of the object of the DOM in what is it called in JavaScript. Okay. So what does it mean?
Sir, do you mean title?
No, what you are saying? Tell me.
Sir, you said the document, it is a DOM. So do you mean that the content that we specify in the title, is that what you are calling?
No, not in the title. It is just for displaying purpose. In the tab, what you want to display, there is no relation between what document object and the content of the title. Okay, got it?
Okay.
Yeah. This is just for this how you want to display the content of the page, like that they have said it over here. So now the very important thing is what it is like this. See, you have a get elements by tag name. So this is one function which can be called by the document object. Then get elements by class name. This is another function which can be called by the document object. Get element by ID. Third function can be called by the document object. Query selector. This is the fourth function that can be called by the document object. Query selector all. Fifth function can be called by the document object. Okay, so these are what is it called? Get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, get element by ID. So these are nothing but the functions which document object can call, and with that document object, by calling this function, it can access any of the element which is there in the HTML. Okay, see, the important thing is what? I have some HTML code with me. Now I want to do some manipulation of my HTML code in a JavaScript. So you have to access the element of the HTML, right? That accessing purpose, we have all these functions. Does it make sense? Okay, let's understand one example, then you will get to know. 1 second. Yeah. So what I will do, I'll give you an example. Over here, suppose see, what I said over here is that there is an object called document object. DOCUMENT, document object. This is nothing but object. It is an object. Which object? It is a DOM object. DOM object. Now, these document object can call some functions. Which are the function it can call? Document dot get element by ID. This is the function it can call. It can call some other function, document dot get elements by name. It can call some other function, document dot get elements by tag name. Okay, then it can call some other function, document dot get what are these? ID, name, tag name, and class name. Elements by class name. Okay, and it can call document dot query selector. QUERY query ACLS selector. Okay, so like this. So document is a parent object of the DOM, and this parent object has got associated with some function called get element by ID, get elements by name, get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, like that. Now let's write a program over here. Suppose what I will do in a body section, I am having a paragraph. I'm having a paragraph tag. Okay. And here I'm writing I am para. Okay. Now what I will do, I am going to have a in a para, what I will do, I'm going to have a on click for this, on click event for this, on click equal to suppose fun. On click equal to fun. Okay. Now, so whenever I am going to click on the para, the fun function is going to be called, and within the body, I have a script tag for this. In a script, I'm going to define the function. And over here, what I'm going to do, see, the code for the fun function, I'll leave it for a time being like this only. Now, here what I will do, I'll give ID equal to some P1 as the ID. Okay. Now, guys, tell me among these functions, which functions you will call so that this paragraph you can access in a JavaScript. See, I want the access. Yeah, tell me.
ID.
Yes. So this paragraph has a ID P1. So I have in a document, I have a function called get element by ID. Using that, JavaScript can access the element which is there in the HTML. So we are bridging the JavaScript and the HTML using all the functions which are there in the document. Understanding? Clear? So here what I will do, I'm in a Java, I am going to have a variable suppose str equal to, I will write document dot get element by ID. What is the ID over here? Tell me what is the ID?
P1.
Yeah, P1 is the ID. Okay, then you go for yeah. Then for that you can go for value. Suppose content or text, you can go for value. Okay. Now if I write alert str, anybody has any idea what is going to give you as an output?
I am para.
Yes. So where it is going to get display I am para? Where it is going to get displayed I am para? In a alert box, right?
Yeah.
In a alert box. See, this is a JavaScript coding and these are all HTML elements. So now I am bridging the HTML element, or I am going to do some dynamicity in my HTML through JavaScript. So how I can do that? I need to access the element of the HTML in JavaScript. Then only I can do that, right? Getting? So get element by ID is a function of document which is helping us to select the element in HTML whose ID is P1. And in that P1, whatever value is there, I am para, that I am going to get read, put it in a variable, and then that variable within a through JavaScript, I'm going to display as a alert. So that is what. So now if you do it, yeah. Now if I run it, save it, and run it. See, I am para. Click on this, it is giving undefined. Why it is giving undefined? Because some other function you need to use. You go for inner HTML. Dot inner HTML. Now you save it, Control S, and run it. Click on this. See, I am para, it is going to display. So is it not become interactive now? So whenever you click on the paragraph, for that on click event of the paragraph, JavaScript is reading whatever there in the paragraph P by using the get element by ID function of the document object, put it in a variable, and then in an alert message, it is displaying that. Is it okay, guys? Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you tell me, suppose I am having a class, I don't have an ID. I am having a class P1. So then how I am going to access the P element using which
Get
function of the
element by
document I am
class
going
name.
Document get element by class name.
By class
yeah.
name.
So yeah, for that purpose, what you will do here, you are going to go document.get elements
By class
elements
name.
by class name. selected. Okay, here there is a one question over here. Previously it was a document dot get element by ID. There was no S over here, but here elements S is there. So that means all the element whose class name is P1 is going to get selected. Okay, so here there is a plural. It is not get element by ID. It is a get elements by class name. So that means it is an array of all the element whose class name is P1. Getting? Guys, understood?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, it
Yeah.
should be
Yes,
dot
sir.
P1, no?
Sorry?
It should be dot P1, no?
No, since it is a function get elements by class name, it would be only class name, only P1. It should not be dot P1. It is not the CSS selector. It is a JavaScript get elements by class name function. Will take only the class name in double quote. If you want to access the I am para in a CSS, that time you will go for dot P1. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So now what I will do, I'll just now here what I am going to do. Suppose if I run it, it is not going to show me the output. Save it and run this one. Click on this. Click on this. See, it is giving undefined. Why it is giving undefined? Because get elements by class name is select all the elements whose class name is P1. So it is a number of elements S. So to locate the first element whose class name is P1, I'm going to use 0. So it's like array. Array 0th element index, first element index is 0, second element index is 1, third element index is 2, like that. So get elements by class name means it is going to access multiple element whose class name is P1, and from that multiple element, first element content I want to display in my, I want to store it in str, and that I want to display. Now you go for save. Click on this. Yeah. So you are getting I am para now. Okay, now you tell me. So the thing which you remember, element by ID is a singular form and elements by class name is a plural form. So whenever you are selecting an element by class name, that time you have to mention the index number for that element which are all with that class name. Now you tell me if I have this. Control C, Control V. Now here I am para 2. What would be the code changes required if I want to display I am para 2 in JavaScript?
Index 1.
Yes. So here, if you save it, it would be I am para only. It would be I am para only. See, I am para 2. Click on I am para. It's going to display that. But if you go for again, you click I am para, that is also I am para, it is displaying. Now to display the content of I am para 2, you have to change the index number over here. And then you do the Control S and you will get that thing. Click on this, click on any paragraph, I am para 2, it's going to get displayed. Okay, so what you are doing, you are accessing the element of the HTML in your JavaScript by taking help of the document object, which is the root object of the documentary of HTML, which you are going to get when the parser parse the HTML code. Is it clear, guys? Okay. Okay, next thing. Let me see who can answer this me. Get elements by tag name. Get elements by tag name. Dot get elements by tag name. Okay, so inside, yeah, what you should write over here within a double quote?
Only P paragraph.
Yes, very nice. Who answered it?
Ayush.
Yeah, good, Ayush. So what is the tag name? These are tags, right? P is a tag, then script is a tag, body is a tag. So whenever you are going to call a function get elements by tag name, that means it is the tag name which you have to refer within the as a parameter of this function. So what is the parameter? Here I am going to give tag name is P. So when it is a class name, P1. When it is an ID, what is the ID is there in the paragraph? That ID. When you call the elements by tag name, it should be the tag name which you want to refer, P. Can you tell me what will be the output for this code? How many P will be selected by this?
Sir, 2.
Yeah. So since you are selecting the element by its tag name P, that means how many P's are there in the HTML? All P is going to get selected. And which P's in our HTML I am going to store it in str? Which piece which piece content I am going to store it in str for this piece of code?
P2.
Para 2.
Para 2. So
Para
para 2 in our HTML will be stored in. Oh yeah, correct. Got it. Okay. So now if you save it, okay, you understood it. No problem to run it and show it again over here. Okay. Next thing. Next is get elements by class name is done. Tag name is done. By name. What you tell me what you should for this purpose. If you get element dot get element by name. By name. So what would be the parameter value over here when it is get element by name? Any idea?
The name attribute which is passed to the tag.
Yeah, name. Is there any name attribute over here in my 2 paragraph?
No.
No, so you have to add it for that. You write name equal to suppose ABC. Okay. And here also you are going to add a name attribute, name equal to suppose DEF. Now I want to access the second paragraph whose name is DEF in through this document dot get element by name function. So what you will do over here? Tell me. DEF you will be writing over here. DEF. Okay. And see, this is also plural. S is there. Get elements by name. So whenever there is a plural format of the get element function, that time you have to mention the index number of that sequence of element for which you want to access. So here I'll give it a 0. I'll give it a 0. Then I'll save it and run it. Click on this. See, I am para 2. It is going to get displayed. I am para 2. It is going to get displayed. Is it okay? Have you clear with the document get element? What are the function you will be using to access the element in the HTML in JavaScript? Now next, I think Swapnil or Mainak was asking a dot p1 and like that. So here there is another selector called variable. Suppose str1 equal to document dot query selector. QUERY query selector. Over here, what you are going to using query selector, what you are going to select, how the selection you used to do in CSS, same way in a query selector you will be using. So can you tell me if I have like something like this ID equal to suppose PP, and over here also ID equal to PP1. Okay, query selector means what? Say if I want to select if I want to make the color I am para red and I want to select it by its ID. So what would be the selector of CSS for that?
Sir, get element by ID.
Yeah, no. See, we have already learned it. Element by ID means it is a query selector. Query selector means what? It would be hash PP. Getting dot inner HTML. So query selector is the same selector how you are going to select the element in CSS. So if it is a ID, hash PP. If it is a class, tell me what would be the how you are going to select the first paragraph by its class through query selector. Tell me.
Dot
P1. Query selector is the same selector what we learned in CSS. Okay, getting? So either you can select by class or you can select like these also. Suppose body, within body, you can select a P. So that can you tell me if I write body P, it is a what type of CSS selector?
Descendant.
It is a child. Yeah, it is a descendant means it is a child selector. So within a body, all the P will get selected. Getting? So query selector is a function where within the parameter would be the selector, just like that it was there in the CSS. Okay, a get element by ID, based on the ID name you are going to select the element. Elements by name, so you are going to use this name in the parameter of that function. By tag name, you are going to use this tag name H1 P or H1 or whatever it is. And then class name, you are going to select this class name for selecting the element. And the query selector means you are going to select by the CSS selector within as a parameter of this query selector function. Till here, so far it's okay, guys. Understood? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Last one, can you please? Last one is a query selector. See, I have something like this. Okay, I have a body, this one, and then I have something like this. Div. Within div, I have a body. I have a paragraph. And here I am in div. Okay. Now, if I write like this, tell me if I write like this, query selector P. So what is going to be selected? Query selector P in our HTML. What is going to be selected?
Paragraphs. All paragraphs.
All paragraphs. It's going to select first P, second P, third P, all paragraph. But in a query selector, if I use child selector, div P, then which P will be selected? I am in div, paragraph will be selected. So query selector is a selector within where inside parameter you are going to have any CSS selector which you have learned. You can use it. Okay. Got it? Clear? Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, we'll go for the next thing now. Okay. Now display the DOM tree created correspond. This is done. Then selecting DOM element. So this also we have done it. Yeah. One more time I'll do the revision on this. Yeah. Now you tell me get elements by tag name. So in a parameter, what we will be using for select particular element? Example you give.
H1.
Yeah. Okay. Get element, then get elements by class name. Example of what we are going to write as a parameter of the of this function.
Class name.
Class name. Element by ID, you are going to refer the ID. Query selector, you will have the selector. It can be a child selector. It can be a class selector. It can be a, okay, now in a query selector, if I write this, how I can select this paragraph through query selector? Can anybody tell me that? How I can select this paragraph, first paragraph whose ID is PP, through query selector in JavaScript? What you should do?
Body
P1.
Body P1.
Body P1.
Name.
P1.
Ah, yes. So you
Dot
can go
P1,
for
okay.
body. Here it is a class selector, means dot has to be written. Body star P1. Okay. Otherwise, there is a simple approach. You can go for hash. Tell me hash what?
Hash
PP.
Hash
PP.
PP. Hash PP. Then you go for direct selector. Dot what? Dot
PP.
dot P.
P1.
dot P1. No.
P1. Yes, sir.
It's a query selector. Class means dot class name. Query selector ID means hash ID name. Query selector child means the body. That means what is it called? The body, and then space. You are going to have the body, and then you can go for dot P1. Okay. Or body, you can go for hash PP. Like that, you can go about it. Fine. Okay. Okay. I think you have understood this concept. I'll not stretch it more on the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Now, yeah. Now over here, who can explain this code to me? What is happened? What is written over here? Tell me. See, what does it mean?
We are getting the
What?
sir. We are getting the result of H1 at 0 index.
Yeah. No. We are first. You tell me what we are selecting by this content, by this code.
Tag name. Tag name.
Sorry?
Tag name.
No, means what, all the
H1.
H1 got selected, no?
Yes, yes.
By tag name H1 means all the H1 got selected. And among all the H1, first H1 got selected by the index 0. Okay, so this you have to understand. Get elements by tag name means all the elements whose H1 tag that got selected, and among that all I'm selecting the first H1 which is 0. What is happening here?
From
So-
all list, first list is selected.
Only first
Yeah,
list.
we are selecting all the list item, and in the all the list item, first
Index
whose index is 0 or the first index we are selecting. What is happening here?
Class whose name is heading, we are getting first.
In heading, first
Yeah,
index is
so
taken.
there may be multiple heading tags are there. So among multiple heading, the first heading we are getting selected. So
There are multiple
selecting
head
an
taggings or-
element whose class name is heading, and if you have a multiple heading, the first heading is nothing but 0. What we are selecting here? Tell me.
We're getting all element whose ID is item.
No, all is it all here?
Whose ID name is item.
Yeah, whose ID name is item. So ID is always a unique. So that's why there is no S over here. There is no get elements by ID. It is element by ID, because ID is always unique for in HTML whenever you are creating it. Okay, what we are selecting over here? Tell me.
Same, sir. Whose ID name is
Yeah, only item.
Yeah, whose ID name is item, that you are getting selected. And in a query selector, you are going to use the CSS selector for ID hash for class dot class name. Okay, fine. Yeah, next thing. Okay, now create a new element. Create a new element, document dot create element. So the document has got, so what are the function you have learned in for document? We have learned document dot get element by ID, document dot get element by tag name, get element by class name, get element by name. All you have learned. Then there is another functions is there for document which is called create element. Any idea what this will be doing? Any random guesses?
create a div tagging element HTML.
Very good. So that means on a runtime, you are going to create a div element for your HTML. Got it? Okay. Now, can you tell me what this will do?
Create a content.
Exactly. So here I want to, in the div element, what I want to place inside that. So for that purpose, we are going to create a create text node. So document will call, see what I want. I have a HTML. This is very important concept. I have a HTML, and then I have a head, body, and all these things is there. So I have a body, and within body, I don't have anything. Okay. Now my JavaScript, what it will do, my JavaScript is going to add a div inside the body, and inside that div, I'm going to write hi there and there, hi there and greetings. So for that purpose, what you will do, I need to create a div and I need to create a text node. And then that text node, I am going to make it as a child of the div. So that means that next node will become the child of the div, and then that div I am going to put it in the HTML. Are you guys with me? Are you understanding?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what I am doing, I am creating document.create element. Can you tell me if I want to create a heading, what I should do?
H1.
Yeah, I want to create a heading H1. I will do create element H1. I want to create a P, dynamic P. Create element P. I want to create an anchor tag, dynamic anchor tag, document.create element.
A.
I want to create a heading tag, document.create element. Header. Okay. So like that. So whatever element JavaScript is going to get created, for that there will be a create element function which will be function of document, and that I am going to put it in a variable new div. Okay. Now what content you are going to put in the div, that should be created with a create text node function of document, which is anything. This text is anything. What you want to, what content you want to put it in the div. Can you guys tell me what this line is doing? Read this line and tell me.
Add
The content that we have created is getting inserted in the div.
Yeah. So append child means what? Make the content hi there and greetings. Make that content child of the div which you have created using new div. Okay. Now you tell me what this will be doing. This will be happening what?
Removing
that.
Remove child.
remove
Yeah.
that content.
Remove the
Yeah.
content.
So that means the content will be removed from the new div which is hi there and greeting. And then there is remove the node itself, new content dot remove. So new content is a variable which is holding the text, and if you go for new content dot remove, it is going to remove that content from that file. Is it okay, guys? Clear? Okay, let's do it in a practically so that we'll be understanding more, little bit more in depth. So for that purpose, see what I will be doing. I'll be opening here. I have a script tag and all, let it be. Okay, body. Delete it. Okay. Now, so within a body, now what I want to do, I want to create, see now my, nothing is there inside my body. Nothing is there inside of my body. I want to create a div in the body, and inside that div, I want to display a paragraph, or I am going to display text. So for that, separately, I'm going to create a div. Separately, I'm going to create a text within div, which I want to display. And then that text, I am going to make it as a child of div, and that div, I'm going to put it in the HTML body. So how we'll do, I'll write variable, suppose my div, my div equal to document dot, what is it? Tell me. Create element. Create element. And what I want to create? I want to create a div element. Semicolon. Now I am creating another variable, my text, suppose. My text, here what I will write, document dot create text node.
Text node.
Create text node. So this is the function, and here I will write I am okay. Semicolon. Then what I will do, tell me now what is the next step? I want to see I am okay is separate text node, div is also separate div, my div. Now how you are going to make that I am okay part of the div?
Append child.
Yeah, mdiv dot append child. Append child, and here what you will do, append child, m text, yes, m text. Semicolon it, come over here. So now your div got created, and now this div I'm going to make it, I'm going to put it in the body. So for that purpose, what I will do, I'm going to create another m body equal to document dot, suppose body I'm going to select document by tag name, document by get element by tag name, which is nothing but body, semicolon, and then I'll write m body, mbod dot append child. What I'm going to append in the body, tell me, text node or div?
My div.
Yeah, my div. You are going to have my div, yes.
Sir, we have to give index there, no? For elements.
Yes, correct. Very nice. We'll go for 0. Now save it, Control S, come to this. No, it is not coming. Why it is not coming? Embody my document dot create element div. Okay, what I will do, I'm going to create a div here. I'm going to have a div where I'll give the ID of div something, D1. Okay. Okay, now inside that div, I'm going to put it. I'll go for document dot get element by ID. By ID. And then here I'll write ID is D1. D1, 0 is not required. And then mbod dot append, I'll go for append only. Okay, append child is also fine. Append child MyDev control S. Okay, it is not happening because div id equal to d1 get element by id d1, then mybot dot append.
I think there should be a where. Up
Yeah.
for yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Step
no,
one.
no, where. Correct. Where my body. Okay, now you do control S. Still it is not coming. Variable mdiv document dot create element div fine. Variable mtext document dot create text node I am okay. My div append child mtext okay. Then okay, it is within a function. No, that is the problem. Okay, it should not be within a function. It is just within a script. Okay, control S. See, now it is coming. I am okay. So in a page load, HTML is not having anything. Okay, it is only having an empty div. But when the JavaScript runs for that HTML, for that I am creating a dynamic div. I am putting the text in that dynamic div, and that dynamic div I am going to display within the another div, which ID is div. Now we'll go for body. Let's see whatever we have done. We'll go for body now. What function I'll be used for over here? Tell me. Tag name. Tag name, body, and then we'll go for 0. Okay, now we'll go for mbody append child mdiv. Okay, control S. Now I don't require this div at all. Control S. See, I am okay is going to get displayed. Change the text node to something else. Suppose, hi, how are you? And then do control S, come to this. See, hi, how are you is going to get displayed. So what you have done through JavaScript, you have created a dynamic element and you have placed some content to that, and that dynamic element you are displaying as a element with a content in your HTML. So it's a dynamic content. Are you clear what is a static content and what is a dynamic content? So element is created through JavaScript is a dynamic content. On runtime it will be created, and the element which is already there in the HTML, it is a static content. Is that okay, guys? Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
Can we create attributes for the elements you have created dynamically?
Okay, you want to create an attribute for the element. Okay, that also you can do. So which attribute you want to create? Suppose you want to give an ID to the div. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so for that purpose, my div is this one. You go for my div dot is there any set attribute is there? Set attribute, set interval is there. My div dot ACT set. Yeah, set attribute is there. Click on that, and here you make it as for this attribute ID comma, and give the name of the ID. Suppose DD. Getting? Okay. Understanding?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, what you can do, you can, okay, if you now you have set the ID for the dynamic div which you have created using set attribute function, which is being called by the mdiv. Now, okay, now what I will do, I will do like this. To checking it is working or not, alert. In a alert, I will write document dot no alert. What I will do, I am going to display ID. Suppose my mdiv dot, one second, it is a my div. I want to display the content, right? So for this purpose, I will do document dot get element by ID. What I will write it over here? ID, tell me.
DD.
Yes, DD, and inside that whatever is there in our HTML. So if my alert is displaying the content, hi, how are you? That means that div's ID I have set it to DD, and through that DD ID I am able to display the content. Okay, understood? So I'll save it and I'll run it. See, it is displaying over here. See, hi, how are you? In the alert box, it is displayed. Hi, how are you? It is displayed. So that means you have set the attribute ID for that dynamic div what you have created. Guys, getting clear?
Sir, why we need to write inner HTML?
Inner HTML is the property. See, inner HTML is a property which is help us to get the content of an element. Inner HTML help us. See, using this piece of code, you are only selecting the element, but adding inner HTML, you are referring the content of that element.
Okay.
Okay.
So what is the difference between inner HTML and value?
Yeah, value you will be using for input element, for input type text, input type email, input type date. For those purposes, to access those content, those elements through JavaScript, we will be using value. Okay, and for the element which are not input element, for them to access the content inside, you are going to use inner HTML. Okay. Say it is like this. I'll give you an example for this. Suppose I have in a body section, I have a input. I have a input type equal to suppose text, and this one input type text. Anything else is there? Suppose I'll give ID. ID equal to suppose T1 flower bucket. Okay. Now what I will do? I'll do something like this. I'll have a button. I'll have a button, then I'll have an on-click function for this. On-click equal to suppose fun, and close the button. Here I will click here. Click here. Okay, now what I will do, I'm going to have a fun function over here for this. I'll define function fun. Flower bucket, delete it. I'm going to write this code for us. So what I will do over here now in fun, I'll comment everything. Yeah, for fun, what I will do, when you click on, I'll create a variable, suppose txt text. How I can tell me whatever we have learned from there, how I can get the content of the input box, what you are writing, how I will get it.
On click document dot
get element by ID.
Yes, so go for document dot get element by ID. What is the ID over here? T1. So you select the ID. Here you have to go for value. You cannot go for inner HTML. Okay, because it is an input element. For input element, to access the content, what is been written by the user on the text box, that you can access with the value. Okay, now what you do in a alert? In a alert, you display welcome, and then you write it over here plus suppose txt. Does it make sense, guys? Understanding? So what I have done in my HTML static part, I have a input text box, and I have a button, and when you click on the button, it will call fun function. Inside the fun function, we are accessing the element by its ID T1. That means we are accessing the input box. Then inside input box, what is written, that I am getting using dot value. That content I am putting it in a txt. So welcome txt I am displaying over here. So I'll do Control S and come to this. See, now if I write over here, suppose Ravi, and if you click, see, welcome Ravi is getting displayed. So in a HTML form, how you are going to take the form in a JavaScript and how you are going to dynamic coding you are going to apply on that content, it can be done like this way. Is it okay, guys? Over here, if you give inner HTML, over here, if you give instead of value, you try to give inner HTML. Inner HTML, Control S. If you write over here Ravi, click here. See, welcome Ravi is not getting displayed. Okay, to get the content of the input value, to get the content of the normal element which is not an input, we will be using inner HTML. Does it make sense? Understood, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. We'll move forward now. Okay, now creating, removing and updating DOM. How I can remove the div? Can anybody tell me? Okay, first I want to remove the content of the div. I want to remove the content of the div. So what I will do, I'll now uncomment it. Okay. I want to remove the content of the div. For that purpose, what I will do, I'm going to have this fun. I'm going to separate from this. I'll delete this one. Okay. Now, whenever you are going to click on the button, what I want the content of the div should disappear. So for that purpose, what I will do, this should be below to this. Control X, Control V. Now here, what I will do, I'll select my div dot remove child. Remove. Where is the remove child option? Remove child. Yeah, remove child. And which child I'm going to remove? Any idea? Any guesses? What is the child of the div which I want to remove? The content. Which variable is holding the content of the div?
mtext.
mtext. Yeah. So mtext. Now click on this. So can you tell me what will happen with this piece of code now? Any idea?
It will delete that mtext.
Yeah. So when the text of the div will get deleted, whenever you are going to click on the button, which is click here. So now you do Control S. Come to this. Okay, click on this. So here, hi, how are you? Okay, now click on this button. See the content got disappeared. Div is there, but content is not there. Fine. Okay. So similar fashion, what you can do, you can delete a total div also. My content dot remove. It is going to whatever my content, which is my content dot remove. It will remove the text, and my div, new div dot remove. It will remove the total div all together, everything together. Okay. Next thing. Okay, we have done this one. Okay, is it possible to manipulate the web page or parts of the web page and show the changes on the web page using JavaScript without using DOM? So there is a question. Is it possible to manipulate the web page or part of the web page and show the changes on the web page using JavaScript without using DOM manipulation? Is it possible? Yes or no? Guys?
No.
It is not possible. DOM is the only way, because when the HTML is parsed by the browser, it is going to create a DOM tree. And in that DOM tree, you can add as you want. You can delete or remove as you want, or you can do any dynamicity on that DOM tree through JavaScript. So it is must. Perform DOM manipulation, get the details about the element used in the web page. We have done it just now. So suppose there is an element heading. How through DOM you are going to access that element and the content that element, and then you are going to modify or delete it. So this already you have done it. Okay, next is select DOM element. Select first image in the document and display the. Can you guys tell me what would be the answer for this? First point. Select first image in the document and display the value of the SRC of the image.
And document dot by image.
No, there is no document or so you are going to select the image by tag name.
ID.
Yeah, the tag name or ID or class name or this one. So if you select the image by tag name, then how you are going to select the first image?
By index
0. So okay, so you got, so what you do, you write variable anything equal to document dot get element by tag name, and then tag name within a parameter of the tag name img tag, and then of 0. So that is going to, you are going to get the first image got selected. Now you tell me how you are going to display the SRC of that image. Any idea? That variable dot SRC is going to have the src value. So let's do it. Yeah. So over here I have suppose I am having an image. Script tag, head, body. I'll just delete this one. What I'll have like this. img src equal to suppose flowf flower dot png, and then I'm going to close this one. Okay, now here I will have id equal to img1. Okay, now you tell me how to select this image by its id in a JavaScript.
Get element by tag name.
So go for variable. Suppose image I equal to variable I equal to document dot get element. Which one you want to use? Tell me.
By ID or tag name.
By ID or tag name. So we'll go for by ID, or as per they have explained it, I'll go for tag name. And then I will write over here in double quote?
IMG.
Because it's a tag name, IMG. Then it is so it's a 0. The first image got selected. Okay. Now in a alert, I want to display for this image what is the value of the src. Any idea? Any guesses?
Where dot src?
Sorry. What is dot src? Where dot src? Which variable is holding the image element? Which variable is holding the image element?
I, sir.
So you have to write I only, no, I dot src. That's it. Getting? It is going to display the I dot src. If you do Control S, if you come over here, see image. This developer. See flower.png. It is going to it is giving the full path, and the flower.png it is getting displayed. If you go for only value, src dot value. Okay, value is not there. Value, save it. No, value is undefined.
Sir,
so like that, if you want to have
outside bracket or inside bracket.
What you are telling?
Sir, it should be outside bracket or inside bracket. Value, dot value.
Dot value should no. See, the dot value is the attribute of the I. So it should be within the bracket only. Because this is a bracket for alert. Opening bracket of alert, closing bracket of alert. Inside that, value is nothing but attribute of a variable of the element. Variable which is referring the element. So it should be within the bracket only. Okay. Getting? There. If I go for this one, if I go for I dot ID, tell me what would be the output in this case?
IMG1.
Yes. So if you do Control S and if you come over here, see IMG1 is, so that means for a particular element, what is the value of the attribute? That also you can get it by the variable which is referring that element in JavaScript. If I write over here, suppose class equal to imgc. Any idea how I am going to access? So that means anything you can access in JavaScript which is there in the HTML, and you can change it as per your requirement. Getting? Okay. Now you tell me how I am going to display the value of the class for this IMG element in a alert.
I dot
class.
I dot
class.
I dot class. That's what. I dot class. And then you do Control S. Come over here. So see, undefined it is telling. Why? I dot class dot value, I think something.
Class name.
Sir, in tag name,
No, 1 second. I dot class it is not giving. ID it is giving. Class it is not, because class is a keyword. Okay, that is the problem. So you cannot use class over here. Class is a keyword. So for that image, okay, I'll give for width, suppose. Don't give it as class. I'll give some other attribute width. Width equal to suppose 200. Now I want to display the width. I want to dynamically. So dynamically, I'm going to access the width, and later on I can change the width dynamically, and so that this image will look bigger. Width. Then Control S. See 200. It is getting displayed.
Sir, but
Okay.
like class width is also a keyword, right?
Yeah, class is also a keyword, so that's why we cannot use class for displaying the value of the class which is there in the HTML. Fine. Okay.
Sir, but ID is also a keyword. Then why it is working for ID?
No, ID is no. See, class means in JavaScript there is a class object concept is there, no? But in
Yes, sir.
in a JavaScript object-oriented programming there is a concept called class. Okay, so it is Java. Now here JavaScript got confused. It is a class of an object or it is a class attribute of the element. So that is why it got confused. But for ID there is nothing like that. There is no confusion of the object-oriented JavaScript with ID. It is the property of an element only. That's why no confusion. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so like this. So see, let me do one thing. So you'll have a. Okay, over here, suppose I am having something like this. I am having a div, and div I am div. Okay, then over here I am going to have a div style. I'll give it style equal to suppose background color. I'll give style equal to width width. Okay, width colon suppose 200 px semicolon and background color colon suppose red.
So background spelling mistake.
BSCK. Yeah, background color. So now if you Control S, you come to the page. See, you are getting like this. Height also I'll mention something. Semicolon. Height colon 200 px. Okay. Now if you save it and if you run it, you are getting this one. Fine. Now I am going to have a button. I'm going to have a button over here. Button. And for the button, what I will have on click event. On click equal to fun. So I'll give us another fun one, suppose. Fun one. And then close button. Okay, fine button here. Expand. Okay. Now for the I'm going to create the fun one function over here. Function fun one. Here what I will do, I'm going to select the div. I'm going to use variable d equals to document dot get element by id, and I'm going to select by id, which is this one, div id, suppose d1. Okay, so here I'll make it d1 id. id equal to d1. Okay. Now what I will do, I select the element by its id d1, and then what I want to do, I'm going to write d dot style dot width. It was 200. I'm going to make it as 400. 400. Okay, I'll give it over here, double quote, and then semicolon. Any idea what will happen for this output, for this code? What output changes you will see? So if I do Control S and if you come over here, see if you click on this, no, width is not getting expanded, so that means EX has to be written. Come over here. Yeah, can you see? So in a page load, it was 200 and 200, but when you click on that is what called interactivity. That is what you are going to achieve with JavaScript. So on the page, you are having some button, you are having some control. When you click on that, your page will respond dynamically. So if you go over here, it has got, so you can, that's how you can use any type of animation through JavaScript in your web page. Is it clear, guys? So what I did over here, I have selected the div by its ID in a variable D. Then that D is calling a style attribute dot style, and for that style is calling it the style property width, and that style properties I'm going to give some value 400 px like that. Can you tell me how to change the height also? To how to make the height also 400 to change when you click on the button? What you should do?
d.style.height.
Yeah, d.style.height. Height equal to, make it as 400, this one also. And then semicolon. Now do Control S. See, it has got height and width both got changed on runtime. So that is what the JavaScript purpose is. Okay. Okay. Then, so these are, then remove the first paragraph element from the document. Display the number of times div tag is used in the web page. How to display how many div is there? Let's see who can answer it. Okay. I want to have, you try it out. I want to have, suppose, multiple div. I have 3 div. Control V, Control V. How the JavaScript, how JavaScript should know how many div is there? What you will do for that?
Can I use length?
Yeah, very good, very good. So okay, you will be using length, but how you will select this? Means what would be the selection code for this? Then
Text name. Get element by text.
Yes, that's what. So here it should be element by document dot get elements by tag name. Elements by tag name. So what you will be writing over here inside that?
Div.
A div, and then semicolon. Now what I will do? What you will do in a alert box? In a alert box.
Index, sir. Index missing. Index.
Dot length.
Yeah. No. Here index is not required. No. See, I want to select all the div, and then I want to display the count of the div. Getting?
Yes, sir.
So how to get the count? Any idea?
d.length.
d.length. Correct.
Sir, size.
Yes.
Size property is not there, sir.
No, which size property? See, when you write get elements by tag name div, that means all div got selected. And here if you give 0, among the all div, the first div will get selected. If you give 1, among the all 3 div, second div will get selected. If you give 2, among the all div, third div will get selected. But if you don't give any index, that means what? This d variable is holding all the div present in the HTML. Now you d can call length. That means how many div is there in this d variable? That length you are going to get it as 3 div. Is it clear now? Understood? If you do Control S and if you come to see the output, so click on expand, you will get 3 divs are there. You can add one more div over here and check it out. So it will become 4 now. Div div, something like that. Control S. Come to this. Expand. See, you are getting the 4 as the 4 divs are there. So when you want to do the counting of the number of same element is there in the, how many there in the HTML, don't go for indexing. For indexing, take all the divs should be the part of the variable, and then variable dot length is going to give us how many div is there in that variable. Any confusion here, guys? Okay, fine. So this is the thing. So we have done all this. What is it called? The demo we have done it. No problem. Okay, what is next? We are having. Yeah, next moving through the tree. So already we have discussed this. If you have a H1 and my home page is the content of the H1, which is the child of H1. and H1P and all H1 and both the P is the child of body. So can you tell me what is the index number of H1 as a child of body?
0.
Yeah. What is the index number of P? Second, first P of the child of
1.
body?
1.
Yeah. So these H1P, PP are the siblings. Okay. Now finding elements in the DOM. Tell me what is, let me see who can answer it. Document.body.get elements by tag name A0 and then console.link.href. Any idea what you see? This is actually the, okay. For this 2 line of code, what you will get? Any idea? Somebody
Sir,
with
we
a
will
very
get
quick
the
sentence,
reference link.
you have to explain it. Yes?
Sir, we will get the reference link of anchor tag, which is at 0 index.
Very good explain. So we'll get the reference link, reference value for a anchor tag, which is present at the first in the HTML. Good job. What about this then? What you will get over here? So we have a HTML2P is there. In the script tag, we have a document.get element by ID, Gertrude, and then console.log, ostrich.src. Any idea?
Sir, we are getting the source link.
Source location, sir. File location. Location of the file, sir.
Yeah, so we'll get the location and the file name. So this is JavaScript is taking this location and the file name. Later on, see, suppose there is a what is it called, image is there. Okay, for that image, when you are going to load the page, it is going to redirect to the java.tpoint.com. Now you have put a button and you said go to W3 schools. So when you click on the W3 schools button, automatically in a JavaScript, I'll change the SRC to W3 schools. So automatically it will go to the W3 schools. Getting? So that kind of interactivity through JavaScript you can achieve in your web page. You have a image. For image, SRC is Java T-point. Now you access that image using get element by ID, and then you change the SRC of that image Java T-point to W3 schools on a click event of a button. So it will go to the from Java T-point, it will go to the, what is it called, W3 schools. So that kind of thing you can do it. Okay, next.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir,
Yes,
when
someone
will
is
the
saying
break?
Something.
Lunch, sir. Sir, break.
Yeah, we'll go for, yeah, it is already 2 o'clock, right? So we'll go for lunch. After lunch,
Yes.
we'll resume our session. Okay. So it is a 2 o'clock now. So 2:40 will come back. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding. Sorry, I didn't see the time. So 2:40 will resume our session. Thanks all for being part of this session. We'll meet at 2:40.
Hi, Hasib.
do it?
Okay, sir, we'll try.
Yeah, so what in a HTML you are going to have two input box, two text boxes, one button, and when you click on the button, the number which has been written in both the boxes would be sum up, and in a alert box it is going to display. Yeah, try it out.
Do you want layout, guys, or you have understood what is the requirement?
And layout.
Font layout, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Font
layout is
layout.
better.
So Hasib, it is better to show the what
In
is
a
the
paint-
requirement in Paint or
In
any
Paint,
other.
okay.
Adesh, Harsh, Jayashree, Kudus, Roshan, Rusike, Sanjay, Surmani, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
3432 login, 3334. Jayashree and Kudus.
All of you have understood. Shall I show now what is to be done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in your HTML page, you are going to have two text boxes. You are going to have two text boxes.
Let them have two label also.
Two label, yeah. That also.
Two label, two text box, or three text box and one button.
Yeah, first number. And then you have the second text box. The label should be like this. Second number. And there will be a third text box. The label should be sum of two numbers. Sum of two numbers. And then so first you write a first number, you write, now you need to have a button. So this is the button. On the top of the button, it should be written add. Okay, so you write what you do. First you are going to have three text boxes in your HTML and one button. And then when you write some number over here in first text box, and then you write second number in second text box. And when you click on the add button, in the third box, it should display to 17. That is what you are supposed to do now. Understood, guys? So you are going to access the value of the first number of HTML input element using document.getElement by ID in a JavaScript. Get the second number using document.getElement by ID in JavaScript by its ID input number. Then on click event of the button, you do the sum, and in a alert you means when you click on the button add, in the third text box it will display the result, summation of 12 plus 5. Is it clear?
Can you share the demo code that you did?
Okay, demo code you want. Okay. So demo code, no. Demo code, actually I have written everything in one file only. That is the issue. Okay, I'll share this code. Let's just check it out how much this code can help you. See, here you are going to use document.getElement by ID for a first input box and get the value. Document.getElement by ID second input box, get the value. Then in the third variable, you do the addition, and the third variable value display to the third text box when you click on the button add. every text box you are going to access in the JavaScript function using document.getElement by ID. And then dot value will help you to get the value. Then put it in a variable, do the summation, and that for the third text box you select by his ID, and dot inner HTML you equal that inner HTML to the summation addition result. Small hint, you are going to use dot value and dot inner HTML. Dot inner HTML to assign the value in the summation value of the third box, and dot value for access the value of the first box and second box. All of you have understood what is your practice work? Anybody joined late and don't know what is to be done? Okay, fine. All of you understood what to be done. Do it.
Sir, I joined 1 minute late. Can you explain?
Yeah, who is this?
Jai Shri, sir.
Yeah, Jayashree. Yeah, for you, I'll explain you what practice you should work on now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
See, you have to, in a HTML, you need to have 3 text boxes and 1 button. In first text boxes, you are going to give an input number. Second text boxes, you are going to give an input number. And after that, if you click the add button, in the third boxes, it will display the sum.
Yes, sir.
Got it, Jayashree?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how to get a text box in HTML? Which tag?
I have to refer once, sir.
Okay, input type text.
Yes, sir.
Okay. For this one, input type text, input type text, input type text. 3 input element you need to have, and then 1 button. Button tag. And on click event of the button, it will call a function, which it will go to the JavaScript function. JavaScript function will access the 12 by document.getElement by ID first number. then it will take the second text box value by document.getElement by ID of the second text box, and in the third variable it will be the sum of these two variables, and then when you click on the button, that third variable, which is the addition of two number, would be displayed in the sum of two number box. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, try it out. Try it out. Yeah.
Hasib, need to connect. Please
Yeah.
join in breakout room 2.
Okay.
So guys, today we will continue with this login. Anyway, you all connected to the session. Tomorrow morning, 8:45, 9 o'clock, when you try to log into NIT portal, the issue has been resolved. Tomorrow morning, you can connect through NIT portal through normal way. But ensure that your cache, your cookies are cleared. Your browser cache gets cleared before you're launching NIT.com. Is it fine? To avoid any of this issue, irregular issue which we are facing. I don't think you will face a problem by tomorrow morning, but safer side, you open your browser, clear your cache, close it, again open a new browser, and then try with NIT.com. Hasib, I'm calling to Vijay and updating.
Okay, Sangeeta.
Continuing with the current session.
Yeah, okay. Any one of you have done it? That addition of two number?
Sir, please check that.
Vivek, you did it.
One more hint is you need to do conversion, %int conversion. Because text box by default, it takes a string type. For performing operation, arithmetic operation, you need to do % conversion. Think about it. We are not in the situation to discuss all these typecasting.
Yes, ma'am.
And type conversion.
Yes, good Vivek. Good job.
Okay, sir.
Sir, I am not getting the desired output.
Yes, Ayush, share your screen.
Vivek, can't you display the answer in another text box?
Yes,
Think about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
So, sir, I have tried this. I am not.
What you are not getting, show me.
Sir, output is coming any.
Not a number, it is telling. Okay. Go to the
So,
code.
sir, how to rectify it?
1 second. Where is your HTML? Input text, input class, input 1. See, you have to see when you use elements by class name, then you have to give the 0 and 1. You go for element by ID, it is better. Make it input 1 as ID. ID. No, just type ID there. ID. And no, not everywhere. Element by ID.
Only ID.
No, element by ID, not S. Element by capital I. ID's I is capital. It is a camel case. Every word first letter capital. Yeah.
Here also I have to make ID I capital.
Where?
Here.
No. That is normal ID. The function name is capital ID. Now you check. Yeah, now you check. Save it and run it.
Let me save it.
Save it, you save it, yeah.
Not working, sir.
Not a number. 1 second. Click OK.
Like
Go to the code. Go to the code. Input type text ID, input 1, enter number. Button on click addition add find script function addition a %int document dot get element by ID. Yeah, here you have to give dot C. After that dot value. After input here dot value. You are only by this you are only selecting the element. You are not accessing the value inside it.
But,
okay.
Okay, you are giving any.
No, go write it a value, no problem. Write it value. No issues.
Okay, sir.
So you are by only till input 1, it is you are selecting the element. When you use the attribute value, you are selecting the value inside it.
Yes, sir, I forgot this part.
Yeah, fine, no problem. In the beginning, it will happen.
Yeah, sir. Now it's
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. What about others? What is your status? Who else has done this? Okay, Kashinath. Ayush, you do one thing. Just now, Sangeeta ma'am said, no, display your result in a third input box.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm trying that.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Yeah. Okay. Surmani concern. It came fine. Richa, what you should do, you should give ID to the both the input element. Richa, are you there? Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Richa, you have a two input boxes, no? Input type text, input type, two input boxes are there, right?
Yes, sir.
For both the input boxes, you have to give ID. Suppose input 1 and input 2. Then document dot get element by ID input 1 dot value you store it in a captured in a variable 1. Similar fashion, document dot get element by ID input 2 dot value you capture in the second variable. Then for the both the variable you do the addition.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay, Kashinath, good job. What about Shubham? Have you done it? Shubham Alam? Joel?
Doing, sir.
Doing, okay. What about Rushikesh?
Doing, sir. Almost done.
Okay. Shivani?
Yes, sir. Doing so.
Okay. Jitesh? I'll give you another 10 minutes, guys, okay? Yeah, Jitesh, what is your status?
Sir,
Okay. Who is struggling in doing this task? Please raise your hand. Who are all struggling? Please be brave and raise your hand. There is no issues if you are not getting it at the first time. If you don't raise your hand that you are struggling to get the output for this task, how come I'll get to know that who is having problem and who is clear? Nikhil, have you done it, Nikhil?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are getting the desired output?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Jayashree? Okay, for
Yes, sir, I'm doing
you are
last.
doing.
I'm just trying to put it in another text box, the result.
Okay, fine.
So check Slack, sir.
Who is this?
Vivek, sir.
Vivek Kumar. Okay.
Sir, check Slack.
Yeah, Abdul.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Abdul. Okay.
Sir, another task is what?
Yeah. Now the next task is what? You'll have a text box, and you have a
Yes.
button. If
Yes,
you
sir.
write your name in the text box, and if you click on the button, in alert it will display welcome Abdul.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so you have a small text box, you have a text box and button. When you write your name in the text box and click on the button, in a alert it should display with hello your name
Okay,
or
okay,
whatever
that-
name you have written.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir. Hello or welcome.
Yeah. Vivek, I did not receive your latest screenshot. Yeah, Kuddus, okay. Good job. Vivek, have you changed it to third text box from alert? I'm asking to
Yes,
Vivek.
sir. I'm
Kumar.
sending right now, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Yes, Shivani, okay. Yes, Surmani, okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Can I share, sir? I'm not getting output.
Okay, share. Who is this? My Swapnil.
Yes, sir.
Input, there is a red boxes in the red color underline in input. What is this? Place the cursor there. The input element represents a typed data field, usually with the form control to allow the user to edit the data. Okay,
He
see,
did not close the input tag, sir.
input you have not closed it. That's what.
Okay.
Before BR, and you give close this one. No, not div closing. One second. See here, remove this and closing angular bracket. Remove this closing angular bracket, and here you write value equal to enter first number. Value equal to, so double quoted. So we inside of the text box it would display. Input, you don't have to close it like explicit input. You remove this one. Just that. That's it. Same modification you do it in the second text box. So you have to be a little bit familiar with how to write the input element and all. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, give a space between this, between double quote and value. Give a space. Now save it.
Still there is a red mark.
No, you remove the div tag, because within div you remove the div tag. Save it. Maybe if you save it, it will go.
No.
It's not going. Input type text, ID1 value. Correct only. BR input type equal to text. ID2 value. Second number. See over here, you go for fun1 parenthesis. It's a function. Fun1, then open and close parenthesis. Save it and run it. Let's see what it is showing. Yeah, enter first number. No, delete it and then you write.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to delete.
Value you can delete it, no problem. What you are getting, not a number. You go to your code, the same problem I resolved previously. You are you there that time? See here, see this much code. This much code is helping you to select the input element.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
After this, you have to put dot value to get the content of the input element. Similar fashion, second one also. Dot value is a property which will help you to get the content of the input element. Yeah, now it will work.
Yeah, it's showing.
Okay. So be clear how the input element does not have any closing tag. You remember that.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
And it can have ID and it can have name, and its type can be text or number or date or email. It can be anything like that.
Okay. Why, sir, it's showing red color?
Yeah, that's what it should not show now. I think maybe indentation issue. You just put it, just remove the spaces, extra spaces in the beginning.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, I'm still getting the error, sir.
Okay, I'll check it out once again.
No,
why it is showing this thing? You just go to your browser and right click and see what error message it is displaying. No error. Don't worry. Don't worry. It is maybe some warning kind of thing. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Who's Jayasri was asking something, right?
Sir, Richa.
Oh yeah, Richa. Yeah. Show me your code. You're on it.
So nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Go to your code. See how to call a function. You are calling create function fun. Document get element by ID input 1. Get element. See, there is a extra s over here. Small mistake. This s you remove. I told you, no, it is only just get element by ID. Single element it is. You can, in the intelligence also, you can select this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Sir, I messaged you on Slack, sir.
Now, sir, check.
Avilash, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Avilash, okay. Good job.
Sir, I am done the second one also. Please
Okay,
check
fine.
Abdul.
Okay. Yes, okay, Abdul.
Yeah.
Okay, Anuj. Yes, Jayasri, okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I am not getting.
Share your screen.
Like, sir, I am doing using entering and this much.
Yeah, what means what you are getting any error or you are not getting output? See,
Sir,
get
it is
element.
a blank screen, sir.
No. You have did in the code. I can see there are some mistakes, syntactical mistakes. Okay. You document dot get element by ID. It is the name of the ID, not hash ID.
It is a number 1.
No, that is okay. No problem. No, it should not be hash number 1. It should be number 1. Yeah, only the ID name. In a get element by ID, you have to select the element by only its name. You don't have to add a hash to before that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now you try. You will use hash when you use query selector function. Yeah, now see, you have to do in the line number 26. Go to line number 26. Here you write document dot get, remove the, add the sum at the to the right hand side. Equal to sum you write at the end. Because sum you are displaying it to the element whose ID is sum. Yeah, now it will work. Getting what is that? What is the result that you are storing or that you are displaying to the element whose ID is sum? So it should be like that.
Okay, sir. Means, sir, we are storing a value in a sum.
No, see, it is like this. It is like this. Sum is having 5 plus 1, 6. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now this 6 I am displaying in the third text box whose ID is sum.
Okay, sir.
Okay, yeah. Now 5 plus 2 you are displaying into the sum, you are displaying or showing to the third text box.
This again.
Now it will work. 1 second. Sum. Okay, 1 second. Button on click equal to sum. See, here it is capital S, here it is small s. This should refer the same name, right? Still it is not happening. Input type text ID equal to sum. Okay, here dot value equal to sum. Correct only. Return sum. You remove the return sum statement. It is not required. Form open, form close, script open, script close, sum, get element by ID, parse int, get element by ID number 2 dot value. Okay, you just in the line number 25, you just write alert sum. Alert sum. Just I need to check. Alert parenthesis sum.
Sir, line number 26.
Yeah, they commented, no problem. Let it be also, no issues. No, let it be, let it be. I want it. Let it be. So alert is also not coming, right?
Yes, sir.
There are
That-
two
No,
variables.
check this space. It's
Function.
unwanted space. Number 1, number 2, sum.
Can you
Some
check, sir?
function is not being called.
Button on click. Sorry.
Try with
No.
this. After.
Line number 25, you give console.log of sum 25. Let's check. Console.log of sum.
Alert sum, you have not given semicolon at the end. That is also one issue.
That's okay. You give sum, save, refresh,
Semicolon.
browser.
Open the console and check what it is displaying.
You taught them this on click event.
Yes, I taught them. Yeah. It is not displaying. No, that means some function is not being called. Yeah, minimize it. 1 second. For a time being, you remove H1 input type text. See, this is there should not be like this. Remove this part.
Sir, which?
Oh no, input type text ID. No, fine. Okay. ID equal to number 2. For a time being, you remove the form tag just for a time being. I remove the 19 also. 19, yeah. Now you save it and give semicolon after line number 26. Give semicolon here. 26 at the end. Just try once. See, there is a problem. Document.get element.
Sir, that ID is D.
D is capital. D is capital.
Not capital, small letter.
No, here it is capital. It should be small.
Yeah.
That's You go for that one. This is the problem. This one. This D should be small. Yeah, now it will work.
Yes, and now it is showing alert.
Okay. Now you just rectify the, yeah, now in the here also it is showing. Okay, fine. Okay,
Yes.
any one of you else is having any doubt on this small activity?
Can
Or
we
all
check
of you have
Slack?
done it? Anybody else is having any doubt on this small task? Please raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll continue to the next concept session. Okay, fine. Okay, let's move on to the rest of the part of this concept session where we are discussing about DOM. So let me share my screen. Okay. DOM manipulation, I think this is done. We'll go from here, we'll go. Manipulate the web page by changing the style of the element and adding new element onto the web page. Can you guys tell me how we can do this? Suppose there is a heading H1. Now, through JavaScript, I want to make the H1 color as red. Anybody has any idea how to do that?
Dot style.
Yes. So what you do, just quickly, yeah, tell me who has answered it. Just explain it. How you will do it? See, in a JavaScript, I'll just demonstrate it quickly. Okay, fine. I have already explained it, but one more time. Suppose I'm going to have a 1 second. DOM for styling .html. Now in the body section, I have a H1. H1 I am a heading. In H1, I'll give a ID. Head. Now what we'll do in a script, tell me how through script I will make that I am heading to color red. Tell me guys, please try it out.
Declare a variable get by ID and then variable dot style.
Okay, good. So yeah, what you will do in a script tag, you are going to have a variable, suppose H equal to, in that variable, select the element which you want to color. Document dot how you are going to select the element in JavaScript using get element by ID function. What I should write inside this get element by ID?
H1.
Which element I want to select?
H1.
What H1 I want to select. What is this ID?
HED.
So shall we select here H? If is it correct if I write H1 here?
No, sir. You have to write HED.
Yeah, because we are selecting by its ID. The function name is only telling us select the element by its ID, not by its tag name. So that's why it should be HED. Okay, and then semicolon. Next, what you will do, once the H is holding the element H1 by its ID, then on that element you can do any kind of styling. So what kind of styling you can do? Select the variable which is holding the element dot, you call the style attribute for that, and then dot you give all the style attribute property, you will get it. From here you go for background. Suppose from here you go for color, color colon, here you make it as suppose red. That's it. So dynamically you are making the I am heading color red. Dynamically means through JavaScript. Select the element by ID and put it in a variable. From that variable you call style style property. From the style property you call the CSS any property and set the value for that. So if you do Control S, you will get the red color heading. Is it okay, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That is what they're telling over there. Okay, next thing. Create update dot element. This already we have done it. Then events. Event is very important concept. See, events means what? What is event? Can anybody explain me in real time? What is event?
Whenever we click
When something happens,
Yeah. So that means if it is my birthday, I will celebrate, and I'll cut the cake, or if I am what is it? So if I am going for trip, I am going to pack my luggage and all. So events is nothing but in a particular, if something happens in a particular time, then some set of code or some set of statement will execute. Okay, so like that. So in a HTML also there is a concept of event. That means when mouse click is a event. Key press is a event. Mouse over is a event. Mouse leave is a event. Page on load is a event. Okay, then what is it called? So these are the events are there. So you can capture this event in the HTML, and on that event you can call some JavaScript function and do some work for you. So can you tell me in the previous example what event you have used for calculating the sum of two number and displaying it? Sorry?
Clicking the button.
Clicking the button. And what is the event name you have used in the HTML?
On
click.
On click. Okay, so like that. So over here, see what are the different types of events are there in the HTML. A web page finishes loading. So on load is the name of this event. On load. So when the page got loaded, displays of alert message. It is like this. Suppose what I will do here. Suppose in a body I am going to have a onload event, and this onload event is going to call a function. Suppose if first for display, suppose show. Okay, now where I need to define this show function, tell me.
In script.
In a script. Okay, so event I captured which is called onload event. That means when page loaded, at that time show will be called, and here I am defining that function show, and then the code what I want to execute when onload takes place, so which is within the show function. Here I will write alert welcome you to my website. Tell me what you will see in the output screen. What you will see in the browser?
Alert box.
Yeah, alert box. When you will see the alert box?
While page is loading.
Yeah, so that means when the page got loaded fully, you are going to get an alert box. You will be seeing over here. So right click. See on the page load, welcome you to my website. Click OK. Now the content. So means when the page got loaded and before displaying the content of the HTML, alert box will appear and then the content will appear. Okay, so this is an onload event. Similarly, what are the other type of events are there? A user resizes or closes the browser window. Okay, so there is an event when you are going to resize or closes the browser window. That is also there. The user select a certain element or hover the cursor over a certain element. Any idea what would be the event name when you want to hover certain element in the HTML? What is that?
Mouse over.
Yeah, mouse over. Okay, so here what I will do, I'll just remove this part. Suppose I have a H1, and in H1 I am going to have a on mouse over event name. On mouse over, and here I am going to call show. Now you guys tell me when the welcome you to my website would be visible.
Then we'll put the cursor on I am heading.
Yeah, when you put the cursor on the top of the heading one, because for this heading one, I am capturing a on mouse over event, and for that event, I am calling a show function. So Control S. See, the heading is a what is it called block element. So that means when you have a heading, the full row is considered as a heading. So that means whenever you are close to this heading in the same row throughout the whole width of the screen, it is going to display welcome you to my website. Okay, is it okay? See here also, that means it is, if my cursor is here also, that means also I am on the top of the heading, because heading is a block element. That's why. Okay, next, the user chooses a key on the keyboard. The user chooses a key on the keyboard. So what is the event for that? Chooses a key on the keyboard. So that means it would be like key up. Okay, so H1. So suppose you have like this. You have a input type equal to text. And whenever you are typing on the input, I will have a key up event. Key up equal to, it will call the show function. Okay, and then yeah, fine, and then close this one. So whenever I'm going to type on the input box or text box, I am actually making my key up after pressing first character. So every key up will happen for this input box. It is going to call the show function. It will display that. So Control S, come to this. See, nothing is displaying over here. I am typing A. A is typen. Whenever I am going to release the key, it is going to display the alert message. No, it is not coming. Okay, so key up is maybe key up spelling is not correct. Input type text, key up show. One second, I'll just check it out. Key up. Okay, I'll go for on focus. On key up is there. On key. Yeah, on key up. It is not only key up. On key up. So on key up show. Now you do save it. Come over here. Type something A. C. I have typed A, and I release the key. Welcome you to my website is going to get displayed. So remember one thing. You remember in JavaScript, all the event names start with on. Okay, so when you type on, so you will get all the events name for the different purpose, and you will use all these events and you can write your code. So there are huge list of events are there. So among these, on click, on blur, on focus, these are important. Can you guys tell me if I write on focus? On focus. So can you guys tell me what event is this on focus? When this on focus event get triggered? Any idea? See, on click, I know when you click on the some particular element, it will do some work. So on focus is when one focus got triggered. Any idea? See, on focus is a event which will get triggered whenever you are placing the cursor inside the text box. See, this is for this text box, I have a on focus. That means when you place the cursor on the text box, means text box is on focus now. So that time show will be get called. So if you do Control S, come to this, see, refresh it. Still now the text box is not on focus. Focus event not got triggered. Whenever I place the cursor, and then whenever I place the cursor inside the text box and hit click left click to write something, focus got triggered and it is going to display the message of show function. Okay.
It's like a hover.
Not it's like hover. It is like whenever the text box is selected to write something on it. Okay. So in a text box, when you place the cursor inside that, then only on focus will be come into play. So it is like this in a better way.
Click, no?
Yeah, you have to place the cursor within the text box and you have to make the cursor inside that. Okay, what we'll do little bit to understand this in better way, what we can do, we are going to give the ID to this input box. ID equal to suppose in1. Now in a variable, I'll write variable s equal to get element. Always take the function name from the intelligence so that you will not do any mistake. And over here you write ID. So ID is what? In1. Semicolon. Now what you do is dot style dot background color. Background color. See, there is a CSS background color property and the JavaScript background color property is different. It is not the same. CSS background color means what? Dot BSCK background hyphen color. So this is the property for the CSS background color. Okay. But what is the JavaScript background color property? Name? It is like this. Background color in a camel case. Together everything. Back one word, ground one word, and color C should be capital. And here I will make it as yellow. So what will happen when you place the cursor on the top of the text box and start writing something, focus event got triggered and it will make the text box color yellow. So Control S. Can you see? Whenever you click, now suppose I have another text box. In the code, I have another text box. In the second text box, I am having on focus. Okay, fine. ID IN2. Now, what we'll have, we are going to have another function called on blur. On blur. And this will call show one. For this also, we'll have on focus and on blur. This will also have show one. Now I'm going to define the show one function. Now here what I will do, I'll select variable s equal to document dot get element by ID. And I'll select suppose, okay, here you can do one thing to make it little bit show one. Okay, I'll go for this one. Double quote. Suppose IN1 only I'll go. IN1 semicolon case dot style dot background color. I'll make it as gray. Or suppose red. So any idea what will happen with this code? If you, this is a very important code, and every now and then in the real time while you are working on a project, you may have to do it. So whenever the cursor is on the top of a one input box, it should be some color, and when you are going to go for the another text box, the previous text box will be some other color because it is out of focus. So if you come over here, click on this. See, this is yellow. When you go to the another box, it should be yellow should be come back to another color. So how it will work? On blur, show one. On blur, show one. Is dot style background color red. So I have not saved it, I think. Come over here. So when it is focus, yellow, and when it is blur, the yellow should be red. Why it is not happening?
So refresh maybe.
Yeah, this one. No, it is still not happening. Okay, fine. It will be, it's a concept is like that. If you are not getting also, I'll show you in some other time, not an issue. So concept is like this. What we are doing over here for the input, for the first input box, I have a two event. One is on focus event, which is calling show function, and another one is on blur event, which is calling show one function. So when on focus means when the text box is the cursor is on the text box, we are about to write something. For that, we are going to select that element by IN1, and we are going to give the color as yellow. Similarly, on blur means what? Whenever the cursor you are moved from the previous text box to another text box, that means first text box triggered on blur event. And for the on blur event, we are calling the show one function. And same, we are selecting the first text box and we are making that background color to red. So this is the concept of on focus and on blur. So this
get element by ID, we are only getting IN1.
Yeah, what is you are telling me? What you are telling?
This
number 20, sir. In 2.
20 and 15, we are just getting get element by ID, the first one.
Yeah. So yeah, for that purpose, yeah, you are not getting the ID of second element you are telling, right? IN2 you are not getting.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So for that purpose, what you can do, you can pass from here, you can pass this keyword. You can pass something show one event. Okay. And here also what you can do, you can pass event. Now what you will do, now you can make the code generalize. How you can make the code generalize? Over here you can call flower bucket. Here we are going to have this one, suppose event, and then what you can do, this dot event dot, you can go for get element by ID. No, not get element by ID.
Sir, in line number 21, in parameter you pass in 1. It should be in 2, na? Cause second.
No, when on blur, it is calling show one. No, so that's what, when you are going to change the first input box to second input box, that means on blur for the first input box is happening. So that will call the show one. Okay, that will call the show one. So code looks okay, but I need to check it out. Maybe somewhere small mistakes we are doing, that I need to check it out. Okay, fine. You just try this by yourself. If you are not getting, I'll guide you. Next thing, what are the other? The form is submitted. You can have a, what is it called, event called on submit. So that is the form event. In a form element, you can have that event. And error occurs. Whenever an error occurs, that also for some event is there that you can capture. Okay, next thing. Okay, can you tell me now what we will be doing, how to handle the event? So over here, there is a paragraph. Click this document to activate the handler. So, and then this P is there in the HTML part of the code, and then we have a script tag. In the script tag, what we are doing, window is the object. It is a JavaScript object. Okay. From the window object, you can call add event listener function. And for that add event listener function, what you can have the name of the event. So which is nothing but first parameter of the add event listener, which is click. And this add event listener function is going to have a callback function. So here callback function is a lambda expression. So this function is a lambda expression function where you have a no parameter, and then you have a code inside that lambda expression. What is that? Console.log you knocked. So can you tell me what will happen over here? Any on window, if you click it, any place in the screen, if you click it, it is going to display you are knocked in the console. So how you have done, which way you have got it? By using add event listener function. So let's do it and we'll get to know what is it. So in a script tag window add event listener, then you are going to have a event for which you want to display you are knocked in the console.log. Fine. Yeah. So for that, I will create a new file. Event listener demo.html. Yeah. So here I have a HTML. And then I am going to have a script tag. In the script tag, what I will do, I will call a window object for the JavaScript. It is going to deal with the window, means if you want to click on the window, or if you want to resize the window, or if you want to change the resolution of the window, for all these event you can capture using this window object. Window, then add event listener. Add event listener. Event listener. Yeah. Over here now, what I will do, I'm going to have the event. What in window? What event to? If it happens, what I should do. So over here, I'll go for click. So that means in window, if I click, then what I am supposed to make it happen. For that, I'm going to have a callback function, or I'm going to have a lambda expression. So this is what lambda expression, we open and close parenthesis, and then this one arrow mark. Okay. After that, what you will have, you are going to have the code over here. So in the code, what we'll have, suppose console.log, and you are going to display you are clicked, and then semicolon. And over here also semicolon is required. Okay, so this is your code. So this code is doing what? See, in a HTML, I am not explicitly, see, when you write this one, when you write H1, okay, H1, and then you write on click equal to call a function. So when you have this kind of event handling, here it is a static event handling. That means on the HTML element only, you are having an on-click event, and for that you are calling a JavaScript function. But this add event listener is what? It is a dynamic event handling, which would be the part of the JavaScript only. You don't have to give. So for H1, you don't have to give the on-click event over here. That is going to take care by the JavaScript only. So first, let's understand this with the output. Then we'll go for the other one. Okay. So window add event listener. When you click on the window, the code or the callback function is this, and it is going to display your click. Control S. It is different file. Now click over here. I have clicked it. Now you'll go to inspect console. See, you are clicked is being printed over here. Now, if I make it little bit more interactive, so that we can see the output and we'll get to know how it is happening. Alert, you are clicked. Control S. So now what do? You click on this. You are clicked. Alert is displaying. So that means what? It is like, what is the event listener is? What is the working of event listener? It is like that. See, suppose in a cricket match, the 11 players will be the field and 2 players will be in the batsman. So that means the team who is fielding, they are going to place all the 11 players in the different location of the ground. So someone would be in cover position, someone would be long one, someone would be long off, and then mid wicket, like that. So why they have placed the players in a different position of the field? Because they are anticipating the batsman can hit anywhere in the field where the fielder is being placed. Similar fashion, in a script tag, we have a window and an event listener. Event listener is ready to listen. Whenever window got click, event will happen. It is going to execute this code. So event listener is a process who is waiting to listen the click event. Whenever the click event will happen on window, that means on the browser window, that times the code inside that is going to get executed, and whatever is there, it's going to get displayed. Okay, now let me see you can give some answer for this or not. I have a H1. Okay, I have a H1. for that I have a ID equal to suppose ID heading HED. Now what I want, I don't want window to be clicked and then alert message your click to be printed. I don't want that. I want when H1 to be clicked, then add event listeners to display your click. Any idea how we can do that?
The place of window we need to write HED.
Is this correct? Place of it is the, your answer is close but not the correct. See, directly JavaScript cannot take the ID and cannot use it in the script. Directly JavaScript, through JavaScript
So we can use get.
Exactly, yes. So you have to go for variable, suppose H equal to document dot get element by ID, and over here you select the ID HED head. Now H is a variable which is referring to the H1 tag whose ID is head. Now this you can refer to your add event listener, H add event listener. So that means I have select the heading tag by its ID, put it in a variable H. Now that H can call add event listener, and when the click is happened for the H, that means for the head, that means for the H1, it is going to display alert your click. So let's see, Control S, come to this. Yeah, H1 I have not written anything, so write something. Come over here, click on this, see your click is being printed. So what has happened? Window, previously we have used window object. For that window to be clicked, what is to be done? Now here I have select the element which is there in the HTML. When that is got clicked, then what is to be done? It is being written over here using add event listener. Is it clear, guys? Okay, now if I want to have a add event listener for something else, P. Okay, P, and we are going to write I am paragraph, and for the P I am going to have a ID equal to suppose P1. Now for the P I want to have a event listener, and that event listener should be on mouse over. Any idea how we can do it? Tell me for this case.
And we can go where one variable equals to document.
Yeah, we can go for variable where P1, suppose PP equals to, tell me then.
Document dot get element by
ID. What?
Inside quotes P1.
P1. Okay, we have select the P. Fine. Then next is what?
P1 dot add event listener.
P1 dot event listener.
PP.
Yeah, P1 is the ID. P1 is helping us to select the paragraph in a JavaScript, but directly P1 ID we cannot use it. See, direct P1 there is no JavaScript cannot understand direct P1 in his coding. So JavaScript can through the ID using document.getElement by ID, JavaScript can access the element which is there in the HTML. So that means P1, using P1 ID, I select the paragraph and I put it in a variable PP. Now PP can call add event listener. Add event listener. And over here, tell me what would be the what is it called, event name you are going to write?
Click.
No, I want to go for mouse over. So here you search it, mouse over.
Mouse over.
Yeah, you'll go for mouse over. So your so that means this is telling what? When mouse over on the PP. On the PP means nothing but paragraph. I am nothing but paragraph P, which is having I am paragraph. Then what you have? You have the callback function. Callback function means arrow function or lambda expression. Click on this and then write the code inside that. At the end, semicolon, and over here you do suppose alert, or you are going to make some changes in the P. Go to pp dot style dot suppose background color, style dot Here I will make it as red. Semicolon. So what will happen in this case? Whenever you are going to mouse over on the paragraph whose paragraph P on I am paragraph, that paragraph background color will change to red. And how it is happening? By the add event listener function it is happening. So by the add event listener, I am not going to attach the event on the HTML element. I am making it dynamic and putting it in the JavaScript only. Okay. Now you do Control S. Come to this. See. Refresh it. Place the cursor on the top of it. It is becoming background color. So why it is becoming background color red? Because in a JavaScript, I have an event listener who is ready to listen whenever mouse over on paragraph will take place. I am going to make it red. So that is how it is happening. Is it okay? Guys,
Yes,
understood? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So I'll this much is there over here. This much, if you understand this much, the event handling part of the JavaScript is done. There is not much in this.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So in the window dot event handling,
yeah,
in the white screen, wherever you will click, that event will occur, right? That's what you
yes,
have said.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, in the body of means what is being shown in the screen, anywhere if you click, the code for that will get executed because of the add event listener. Yeah, good.
Yes.
Yeah. So this and now who can explain this code to me? Anybody can try. What is happening here? Try to analyze this code and tell me what is what is happening here. See, when it is a query selector, you can select any way how you select an element in CSS. Okay, so you can have an ID of the button hash ID. You can have class of the button dot class name. You can have the button name tag by tag name button also you can select nothing. So anyway, how the CSS selector works, query selector can select an element in JavaScript.
Sir,
okay, yeah.
Sir, what is this one, sir? I understand this one. On click, on load, on mouse server. This, sir, why we are using random here?
Yeah, random is a random color. Just see, whenever you click on the button, it is going to take some random value, and for that random value, it is going to give you a random color. Getting, see how you will get a color: RGB, red color, red value, green value, and blue value. So this red, green, and blue value, you are taking it. You are telling JavaScript to give a random value, so that on every button click, you will get a random color, which you don't know what color it would be.
Okay.
Getting? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So if you write RGB 255, 255, 255, what color you will get?
So white.
Yes. If you write RGB 0, 0, 0, what color you will get?
Black.
Black. But if you write RGB random red, random green, random blue, so that means every time you load the page, the random value would be different, and you are going to get a different color.
It will pick anything between 0 to 2.
It can be anything. You don't know. We don't know, because it's a system. System has choose the value for the red, green, blue, and it will depend upon what randomly it chose, that color it would be.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So now you tell me what is happening here. Tell me.
Sir, for button one click, on click. Sir, when we are clicking on the button, sir, the color.
When you are clicking on the button, what the code is executing when you clicking on the button?
Document.body.style. Like the background color will change, and
yeah. So the body means the background color of the body means background color of the web page is going to change randomly. Every time you click, you will get a new color in the background. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, what about this one? Window.onload. It is calling a callback function. document.body style, background color black. So what will happen over here?
So when it is loading, like when new page is loading,
Yeah, first time when you load the page, it will be black color. Okay. And what about this btn dot on mouse over?
So when we will hover over it, it will.
Yeah. So when you were
Yes,
place the
yes.
cursor on the top of the button background color would be dark gray.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the
Yes.
code. What is happening over here? So you are adding a what is it called dynamicity in your application. When a button click is happen, every time button click, the background color will change. On load of the page, background color will be black, and on mouse over on the button background color would be dark gray.
But this can
Okay.
also be achieved by CSS, no?
No, that's what. No, see. In CSS, you cannot, when you click on a button with CSS, you cannot change the color. So CSS is helping you when you load the page, what color you want to give, you can give it.
Sir, if we use like a hierarchy selector, a hover, like when we hover over it, it changes color, like CSS.
No, there is for a hyperlink, there is a hover and there is a active and there is a visited and there is a normal look event is there, but not for the other element. There is no that you cannot use it. Okay.
Yes,
so
sir.
to make it more dynamic, so there is a limitation of dynamicity in CSS which is not there in JavaScript. Getting?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go for the next slide now. Handling event, handling onload and on-click event on the manipulating the DOM. So onload we have discussed in a body. I have an onload event, and on-click also we have discussed for a button. Now event handling, implement a counter using HTML, JavaScript. Provide a button on the web page to increment the counter. So this you need to you try to do it by yourself. So what is being asked over here? Implement a counter, implement a variable counter using HTML and JavaScript. Provide a button on the web page to increment the counter. So whenever you click on the button, counter should, first time if you click on the button, counter should be 1. Second time you click on the button, counter should be 2, like that. And whenever click, they increment the count and display the updated count. So every time you click on the button, it should display how much how many times button got clicked. Provide a button on the web page to decrement the counter. Whenever click the decrement the count, the display updated the count. So you need to have what you should do over here. For this, you need to have a one button.
So we need 2 buttons or 1 button?
Yeah, one. Okay, first of all, you go for 1 button only for increment purpose. Here, what I will do, I'll have like this. Button counter .html. So what I will have here, I'll have a button, and then okay, button, okay, then ID equal to but1. Go for increment. Okay, now within the body I have a script tag. Okay, in the script tag, what I'll have, I'm going to have an event handler. So what event handler I'll have? So first of all, on click button event handler I want to use. So what you should do for that? Tell me. I want to handle the click of the button event. So I want to handle. So for how that can be done? Select the button first by its ID. So variable b equal to select the button. How you will select? Document dot get element by ID and selected by its ID. Once that is selected, then you go for b dot add event listener. Add event listener. And over here, what for the button, what event I am going to capturing or I am going to listen? I'm going to listen the click event for the button. Then when the click event got listened, what I want to execute? I want to execute this piece of function. And in this function, what I will do, I'm going to have a variable. Okay, over here, I'll have the variable before only. Variable counter equal to 0. And then what I will do, I'm going to, for every click, I'm going to have a counter plus plus. Okay, and this counter should be displayed, right? It should be displayed somewhere. Where it would be displayed? Suppose it will be displayed in a paragraph. P ID equal to, suppose P1, and okay, fine. And then counter what I am calculating. Okay, over here, flower bucket. And then counter what I am counting, that should be displayed. So how it should be displayed? Document dot get element by ID. Select the element P1, its ID dot value equals to counter. Okay, this is our code. Let's see if it is working or not. Control S. So it is not happening. Paragraph, it is not getting displayed. Let's see what is the error. No error, but it is not displaying anything. PID P1 document dot get element by ID P1 dot value. Okay, we'll display in the alert message. Let's see. Alert counter. Semicolon. See, it is giving 1, 2, 3. So like with every time you are going to click on the increment button, it's going to give you the particular number of time you are going to click on the button. Okay, is it clear, guys? So here, why it is not giving over here? Maybe it's not dot value, it should be inner HTML. HTML. See 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Like that, can you do the code for the another button which will decrement? Is that possible with you guys? Can you try?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. That would be your task that you need to do it today. Okay. Yeah. So I'll move on to the other slides. Let me finish the theory. Then you are going to try to implement this counter in reverse counter. Means every time you click on the button, it will decrement the value and it will display. Okay, next is what is the next? Registering event handler. So what you can do, you suppose you are going to previously your event handler, the add event listener inside is having callback function. Previously, what was the code? It is like this. If you see over here, previously you add event listener has the callback function as a second parameter of its function, and it is executing the code. But over here now, what we are doing, we have a separate greet function, and that greet function should be registered on the on-click event of the button. So this can be do it like this. What is it? I have a function greet which will take some parameter event, and I'm going to display console.log greet arguments. So what I'm doing over here, I am selecting a button by a document.getElement by ID. That button I am calling onClick, and I'm registering that button with the onClick event. And after registering, I'm calling the function which should be executed on click of the button, which is nothing but greet. And greet will go there and it will display console.log like that. So what in a programmatically, if you try to do it, how will do it? So we have like this. In the body section, I have a button. Okay, I have a button. button has ID, suppose BTN. Button has got written something on it. Suppose click here. Now we are going to have a script tag. Script tag. Now in script tag, I have a function. I have a normal function, not callback function. I have a function which is nothing but show. Now this function should be called on the on-click event of the button, and the on-click event also should be part of the script tag only. So for that purpose, what you will do in the script, you are going to select the button by its ID. So variable, suppose BT1 equal to document dot get element by ID BTN. So you have select the button by its ID and put it in a variable BT1. Now what you will do, BT1 dot on click. Select that, and for the on click, which function I want to call, just name the function. Just name the function. That's it. So this is another way. Previously in a add listeners way, you have the callback function within the add listener function. Here it is outside of the add listener function. And what you want to display? Suppose alert. I am on click of button. So if you do semicolon over here, save it. So over here, click on this. You are going to I am on click on button. So this is the third way of doing it without add event listener. You are registering the on click event for the button, and you are calling the function whichever may be the function you have defined in your JavaScript. Is that okay, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, fine. What are the other topics are there? How do you disable a button from listening to click event and responding to the associate event handler? So that you need to you need to do the research. So how you are going to make how you are going to disable the event listener from a button on click? It can be on hover, it can be on mouse over. That you need to check it out. Okay. Solution, they're giving it over here. The remove event listener method helps in unregistering with the event so that the event are not listened to and not responded to. So we have a add event listener and it has got a event on click. For that, I have a function or code to execute, but I don't want that add event listener to be active. So that can be done by calling a btn dot remove event listener. Okay. Then next thing, okay, then event object properties. So whenever you are these are the properties which is called W3C name and description. So E is a property of the event, the object containing the event properties, type that event that occurred. See, one second, if you see over here. See, shift key, alt key, control key, current target. Okay, that I'll take it later. For a timing, I'll go to the next topic. Event propagation. Event propagation is a very interesting topic. So over here, what is being explained over here, let's understand it. Okay, so we have a, what is it? We have a, what is the HTML part of it so that you will understand. See, can you tell me what is the parent element over here and what is the child element in this line? P, I am paragraph with a button. So is there any child and parent relationship over here in this line of code?
Yes.
Button is a
Yes,
child.
sir. P is child. P is parent.
P is parent, button is
Parent
child.
and button is
Button
child.
is child.
Okay, button is child. Okay, now see what is happening here. One second. Now see what is happening here. We have a document.query selector P. Can you tell me this will select what? This will select what? Simple question, guys. Document.query.
P tag.
It will select the P tag. So since P is the parent, will it not select button also, which is the child? Okay, that we'll discuss. Now tell me next line. Document.query selector button. So it will select the inner button. You'll say you'll get it inner. You'll get now the inner button will get selected in the second line. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now you tell me. Para. I am calling para.add event listener. I am calling para.add event listener mouse down. So whenever you are going to mouse down on the para, it will display handler for paragraph. Okay. So that should be the output. Now you tell me. Okay. Now you tell me. So since you have selected the para and for the para you are going to add the mouse down event. So if you select the button for that also you are going to get the handler for paragraph. Is it not? See, P is starting here and it is ending here. And for that P, okay, and for that P, I have, if I am going to have a mouse down event, that means either you mouse down on button or you mouse down on paragraph for both the cases.
It will show.
See what is, so sorry guys. Okay, see what is happening over here. When para's mouse down event we are capturing, that means when you mouse down on the paragraph or button for both the cases, the handler for paragraph is going to get executed. Now, when you select the button, and for that button, when you have the mouse down event, then if you are going to display handler for button, so that means when you select the paragraph outside of the button, you are not going to get the handler for button. You will get the whenever only you select only the button mouse down when you do, then only you will see this output. So that is called propagation. Propagation means what? There is a parent tag and there is a child tag. For parent tag event, it will happen for both parent as well as child. But for child tag event, it will only happen when you do that event on the child tag, not in the parent tag. That is the concept over here, nothing else. Okay, is it clear? Is it clear or confused? See, here it is.
Once more, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
No, sir, I didn't get.
You didn't
Once
get.
more, sir.
Okay, fine. See, I am telling when you see this line, para.add event listener, mouse down. That means when you select a any portion of the paragraph, when you do mouse down, it is going to display in the log this message. Is it clear?
Sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
that means you can select this portion or you can select inner the child portion of the paragraph also button. If you select button or if you select paragraph, whatever you select, what will happen? It is going to display handler for paragraph. Got it? But when you have the button add event listener mouse down, means when you are going to have the child elements event listener mouse down, that time when you select button, it is going to be the handler for the button only. Clear? Is it clear now? I have a parent element and I have a child element. So for the parent element, if I have a click button, so the code inside that it will get executed. But in case I have a child element event also I am having, in that case, if I select the child, if I click on the child element, the parent element event code will not execute. It will execute the child element event code. That is the concept. Is it clear now, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. One more time, I'm explaining parent element and the child element. So when you have an event for the parent element, that means you select the child element, click on the child element or click on the parent element. For both, you are going to get the desired code, what is being written. But if you have the child element event handler separately, then when you click on the child element, then only the child event handler code will get executed, not the parent handler code. That is the concept over here. Okay. Is it clear now, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Okay, next we'll go for the next thing. Event propagation continued, they're explaining over here. Then event propagation, they are having some handling click event in the parent element of the button, handling click event in the button, and stop the event from propagating to the parent. So this is what I am trying to explain you for so long. When you click on the parent for a handle click event, the parent element of the, so if you have a parent element have a handler, that code will execute. If the child element also have the handler, then the child event is going to get executed for the clicking of the child event. In that case, parent event code will not be priority, will not have the priority. Okay. Okay, next we'll have, now there is an event prevent default. Event prevent default, it is a function which can be called from the event object. And what it does, most events have a default action associated with them. So every event, so on click, on mouse over, on mouse down, key up, on focus, on blur. So whatever may be the event, it has got some, it has got of its some default behavior, default action. So what are these? For the most of the event, the JavaScript event handler are called before the default behavior takes place. Okay, so there is a default behavior for all the event, and that is going to be taken place when you are going to use the event handler. Now, if you want to, if the handler does not want this normal behavior to happen, since it is already taken care of, it can call the prevent default. So whatever the, see, whenever you are going to work on a project, there you will see in a whenever you are going to handle the form, in the form you are going to use some what is it called, event handler like on submit. And when you write the code within the on submit, that time you will see it is not, when you load the page, the desired output you are not getting. So why it is not getting? Because of its default behavior. So for those kind of scenario, you have to prevent the default behavior, and as per the code, it should display the output. So that can be achieved with the prevent default method. Okay, so when we will be, there is a one sprint is there, tic-tac-toe sprint. In that sprint, we will be handling the form, and in that we'll get to know how your prevent default is going to help us getting the desired result. Then quick check, what is the difference between inner text and inner HTML? Any idea, any random guesses for this? What is the difference between inner text and inner HTML? Guys, if you don't know, we have the answer ready. The inner text reads all content as text and present it as it is. Inner HTML read contents as HTML, and if the content contains HTML tag, they will be rendered as the HTML element on the browser. Okay, what does it mean? With a quick example, we'll understand. Inner text or inner HTML. Suppose you have a HTML like this, and you have a what is it called, paragraph. You have a paragraph. I am paragraph, and the paragraph is surrounded with a bold tag. Bold tag. Okay, now in the script tag, script tag what I have, I am going to display the content of the paragraph. So how to display? I'll go for alert. And how to display it? I'll go for ID here. JavaScript to access the paragraph of HTML, we need to use the document.getElement by ID or all the other functions. For that, I'll have an ID. And here what I will do, I'll write document.getElement by ID, give the name of the ID. P1 dot. Now here I will be using inner text. Inner text. So any idea what I will get? Let's see. Control S. See, you are going to see I am paragraph. The bold effect of the paragraph, it is not coming over here. Though paragraph is surrounded with a bold tag, B tag, but still the paragraph is not showing as a bold. So because I am using inner text to access the content from a paragraph. Now when I will be using inner HTML, in that case, what will happen? See, all the tag which is there inside of the paragraph, it is going to be displayed over here. So like that, whenever you want to display the inner tag or the, what is it called, the tag within a paragraph which is there as a part of that paragraph, if you want to display, you are going to use the inner HTML. Otherwise, if you want to display only the paragraph, it's on its own look and feel, you are going to get a use of the inner text. So that is the difference between these two. Inner HTML means the inner tag would be displayed with the content of the paragraph. Inner text means only the text should be displayed, that the tag will not get displayed. If you go for text, save it. So you are giving I am paragraph, only the text, the inner elements is not going to get displayed. So that is the concept over here. With this, I think I am done. Okay. So if you guys have any questions, you can ask me. Let me answer your questions. So then we'll go for some practice work and then we'll go for sprint. Guys, if you have any questions over here.
So can you go for slide 38?
Slide 38. Okay. Yeah. See, prevent default is a concept where the default behavior of the event you are avoiding. The default behavior of the event you are avoiding, and it is going to be used whenever you are going to in your HTML, whenever you are going to have the event. And there are sometimes, because of the event, the page load will not be proper. So to avoid that, to load the page properly for that event, I am going to make it as prevent default. So in an example program or practice program, I'll be discussing you how and when to be used that. Okay.
On refreshing page, we will also use.
Sorry.
On page refreshing, it will use.
Yeah, whenever you are going to load the page, when you load the page, there are some default behavior of the event that may cause you not show the output. So in those scenarios, you are going to use the prevent default function, which will call from the event object. Okay.
Sir, please zoom.
Yes.
Sir, please zoom this. I didn't see.
Sorry. Oh, so what you are saying?
Sir, please zoom this page.
Okay, zoom this. Okay. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
See what is happening over here. We have a hyperlink having a href, this one. Then we are going to select that hyperlink by its tag name using query selector. Then for that link, I have a add event listener, click event, console.log no event.prevent default. So what is happening here? If the handler does not want this normal behavior to happen, there are some normal behavior. What is that? The code should execute after the click event. So if you don't want that to happen, you are going to use the prevent default function from the event. You need to call it. Okay. In a better way, you will get to know when we will be working on the sprint. There, that time I will be discussing you where and how you can use this prevent default. Here the concept is not clear because the internal behavior of the default behavior we don't know. So it is only possible to understand with the example code only. And that code I need to write the form tag, I need to have the input element, and then for the form tag I need to have the event, and for that event I need to handle it, and then I need to show it. So that will take longer time. So that's why I kept it for your sprint. When you will be doing on sprint, that time in a better fashion I'll explain you. Okay. Okay, guys, any other questions? Let's take a quick recap what we have learned. First thing, what is the purpose of the DOM of JavaScript? Tell me.
To make a web page more interactive.
Fine. What is the full form of DOM?
Document object
model.
Document object model.
Fine. When we parse the HTML, what we get?
DOM tree.
DOM tree. Okay. What? Okay. In a DOM tree, it is a what type of structure? Is it a tree-like structure, node-like structure, or network-like structure? How it is?
A node-like.
Not node-like. It is here. It is displayed like node, but it is a tree-like structure where there would be a root. Root will have child. Child will have grandchild. Grandchild will have grandchild, like that. Now next, what are the functions are there in a document object so that you can access the HTML element?
Get element by ID, get element by class name.
Yes. So okay. What is the purpose of query selector? How? Yeah, get element by tag name also. What is the purpose of the query selector?
Sir, we can simply use p heading.
Yeah, you can use in a through query selector. You can select by tag name. You can select by class name. You can select by ID. You can select by child selector. You can select by nChild selector. So how you select in CSS, all the way you can select it using query selector. Okay, fine. Okay, when we have get elements by tag name, we'll get a number of elements or we'll get a one element only?
Number of elements.
The number of
element. So how to access the first element? Suppose I have a
index
number. By the index number. Okay, how we can create a new element? Suppose I want to create a new div element, and inside that new div element I want to display hi, how are you? So how that can be done in through DOM? How you can do it? What is the function for that? I want to create a new div element using DOM.
Document.create element.
Very good. Document.create element. And I want to create a text inside that div element. How I can create that?
Document.create text node.
Yeah, government created. Now how I'm going to make that text node is the child of the parent div, child of the newly created div.
Append child.
Yes, good. Like that. And how you are going to remove an element?
Using remove
child.
Using remove function you can do it. Okay. Now what is a add event listener and what is its purpose? See, whenever I don't want the event to be part of the HTML or there may be some element which is created dynamically in JavaScript. So for that, see, in a HTML, there are some element which is not present at all. Through JavaScript, I'm creating that element. So for those elements, if I want to handle the event, I need to go for add event listener. Getting? If I create an element dynamically, that means that element code is not there in HTML at all. Then how I can give the on-click event to that. So for those kind of cases, for fully dynamic way of writing program, I'm going to use add event listener for handling any event on a particular element which are dynamic or which may be static also. No problem. Registering event handler is what? Tell me, guys. So the callback function of the add event listener, you can write it separately, and by registering some element with some event, you can call that function. So here BTN, you are selecting the element, and for that BTN, you are registering the on-click event to the function grid. I think that's it. With this note, let's go take a 10 minutes break. After break, we'll meet, and I'm going to assign you some tasks for you guys that you need to do, and then you are going to release the sprint. Okay, we can take a 10 minutes break. So it is 4:46 now. Okay, we'll go for 4:57, 4:58. We'll catch up again. Okay.
Let them come back by 5 o'clock.
Yeah, 5 o'clock. Yes, yes.
Guys, what about DOM? Is that clear? It is one of the simplest topic.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
But we'll need some time for practice.
So we can have sprint on tomorrow, and the sprint is also an interesting and simple sprint. Okay, let's plan, Hasif. At 5 o'clock, I'll discuss with you.
Oh, okay, fine, Sangeeta. No problem.
Let's go on a break, guys.
Okay,
Okay,
ma'am.
ma'am.
28 raised hand. Abhilash, Sanjay, Shubham.
Ma'am, I've come back, ma'am.
Asif, can we connect in the breakout room?
Yes.
Please join room 2. Okay. So guys, please pay attention. I'm releasing sprint on tomorrow morning. You can use the next 1 hour and today evening and tonight to analyze all the demos that sir has shared and ensure that you are familiar with those methods and events. Apart from that, you can try a few demos. So let's take first demo just for your practice. So demo 1, you can have 3 buttons. Let's assume you keep 3 buttons on your HTML page. So let's assume red button, green, and blue. So the first is changing background. When we click on buttons, click event. So you got it. There were 3 buttons on based on the event. Click event you are triggering on irrespective of any button. If you click green button, see, assume like all 3 are buttons. When you click green button, my HTML background color should be, body background should be green. If it is blue, my body background should be blue. Will you able to do this?
Yes, ma'am.
So same, moving on to the second demo. I heard only one S. Shall I proceed with second demo? What you want to try?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Sir has already discussed this background color change. You can try. So you can continue with same HTML with 3 buttons, but this time instead of click event, I want you to try mouse hover property. When you keep a mouse cursor on any of the button, its background color has to be changed. By default, you keep a white background for all the 3 buttons. When you keep your mouse cursor on this first button, its background BG color, it should change as red. I'm leaving to you. I want you to try this mouse hover, mouse event. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this demo 3 is new to you all. Just give a try. So I want you to have 3 labels. For example, enter number 1. Enter number 2. Answer. So I want 3 label, 3 text box. And in between, I want you all to place a drop down. Drop down, or we also call it as combo box. It can be achieved with the help of select tags. You got it? What you know what is mean by drop down?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is called as drop down. We can call it as drop down list, combo box. So I want your HTML with 3 labels, 3 text box. Apart from that, 1 combo box with 4 options or 5 options. Add, sub, multiply, divide, and modulo. So when I provide 10, 10, and if I select add, no button, nothing. If I select add option in my combo box, I should get 20. If I select sub, it should give 0. Multiply 100. Divide 1. You got it? Modulo 0. So based on the selection of drop down combo box, I should get an answer. I know this is a tricky part, but you can try. All are simple demos. task is clear to all? What are all the tasks you need to do?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
It's all 3 simple demos. Just for your practice, to familiar with this even handling. Ramya, Roshan, Priyanka. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm giving you time till tomorrow morning. Complete it. Even if you want to do some more additional things, go ahead. We can have its corresponding sprint on morning. I will share. It's a simple sprint. If you have completed all 3 and if you have time, you can start with it. Okay, go ahead. So tomorrow you can connect through LMS, ensure that you are doing all those clearing your history, catchy, and then you are opening your NIT if you are facing problem.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can I share for 1 minute? Whenever I type this input now, I'm getting this red color.
It's okay. Keep your cursor. Read it.
Input element.
The first 2 lines.
Check the data.
Always input will be, all these input tags comes under form tag. All are form tag element.
Okay.
Even though it's not an error, but always we have this practice. We will be whatever the input I'm getting through this input text boxes, I need to pass to server. That happens, that dynamic data passing will happen through form tag. You enclose those 2 lines within form tag, then you will not get this red color dashed line. And do more research on it. We will travel with form tag.
Okay.
All of you just explore 2 methods of form. Get method and post method. You enter 9th line, you enter. What are you doing, Swapnil? You add form tag. No form tag. Just no action, nothing as of now. That close tag you cut and put it after 12th line. After 12th line, you close your form tag. Save.
Still showing.
Keep your cut. No, run. Go check in your browser and come back. It should not. Keep your mouse cursor. Open it. Okay, go back. Keep your cursor. Edit the data. Wait. What message you are getting? You should get. You add one name attribute.
Where, ma'am?
In 11th line for your input tag, you add name and give some name. Save.
Still showing same.
Keep your cursor. You continue with your task. I'll get back to you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, guys. We'll close for the day. As I said, you can continue with this sample demos. If you find time and if you can able to put effort on completing the sprint, already I shared. The sprint is also relevant to the demos which I have shared. If you got struck with any error, could not able to proceed, you message me on Slack. Is that okay? See you on tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for joining. See you all tomorrow. Tomorrow you can join through nit.com, our regular LMS portal. With this, I'm closing. Bye all. Thank you.
Bye, ma'am.